Good morning, all. I'm not starting the meeting, but just a big thank you to the brave souls that have navigated the maze at this early hour. And so we're waiting 3-4 minutes more to allow people who obviously thought that it was in the other part of the building and might have to find their way. But thanks a lot for being there early, and it's great to have you here. Actually, I'm thinking that a good use of the time might be to have an introduction of those who are here, because not everybody knows absolutely everybody, I think a lot, but can we start from the end? That would be good. The usual procedure is you push the button, it gets red, and normally you speak.
Good morning, my name is Ana Cristina Carvalho. I am a professor at Mackenzie Presbyterian University in São Paulo, Brazil. And until last June, I was a postdoctoral fellow at CIGI, the Center for International Governance Innovation, where I worked in the international law stream.
Hi, I'm Mariana Canto. I'm Brazilian too, and I'm a student at UFPE in Pernambuco, Recife, Brazil. And I'm also a researcher in a group, extension group in my university. And my specialization is intellectual property and new technologies.
Hello, my name is Adrian Koster. I'm a policy and legal advisor for the Swiss Governmental CERT.
Good morning, Jim Prendergast, the Galway Strategy Group, and I am a recovering internet governance addict.
Okay, now it's working. Good morning, Tariq Kamel. I work for ICANN here in Geneva. I'm heading government and IGO engagement.
Good morning, my name is Peter Koch. I work for DINIC, a country code top-level domain registry, and I do a bit of policy advice and, in this context, external relations. Thank you.
Good morning, Bernd Neuer from the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy.
Good morning, I'm Peter Major, Vice Chair of the Commission on Science and Technology for Development.
Roberto Gaetano, Chairman of the Board of Public Interest Registry and in the member of the board of the European RALO.
Is this working? Oh, yeah. Carla Lefevre with Google. I am VentSurf's Chief of Staff.
Hello, my name is Nicoleta Kristic. I am a student of University of Ljubljana, and I'm also an intern in Diplo Foundation and an online moderator.
Well, good morning. My name is Vince Cerf. I'm Vice President and Chief Internet Evangelist at Google, and I do what Carla tells me to do.
And I'm Paul Mitchell. I'm from Microsoft.
Hello, I'm Paul Fanninger. I'm the Deputy Director of the Secretariat of the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network.
Good morning. I'm Pamela Miller. I'm the Director General of Telecom and Internet Policy for the Department of Innovation and Economic Development, Canada.
Hi all, I'm Daniel Abadi. I'm the Undersecretary of Digital Government for Argentina.
I'm Byron Holland. I'm the President and CEO of the Canadian Internet Registration Authority, the CCTLD operator for Canada.
Hi, good morning. I'm Guilherme Canella. I'm a UNESCO advisor for Latin America and the Caribbean.
Is it working? Elena Lopatina, Council of Europe Information Society Department.
Good morning. I'm Benedicto Fonseca from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Brazil.
Hi, I'm Jonah Hill. I'm with the U.S. Department of Commerce. And this is Fiona Alexander. She can't speak, so I will introduce her. She is also with the U.S. Department of Commerce.
Good morning. I'm Xavier Gueux de Camille. I work with Bertrand Paul and Martin in the Secretariat of the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jacques de Vera. I'm a professor of intellectual property law and internet law at the University of Geneva, where I'm also vice rector.
Good morning. My name is Niels Lestrade. I work for the Dutch Police for the National Intelligence Division, and we're also responsible for open source intelligence.
Good morning. My name is Annick Monsul. I'm a colleague for Niels, also from the Dutch National Police.
Richard Wingfield from Global Partners Digital.
Morning, Ian Brown from the UK Government Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport, and previously I was Professor of Information Security and Privacy at Oxford University.
Good morning. My name is Rahul Gosai, and I'm from the Government of India in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. I'm a director, and I deal with the internet governance issues. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Patrick Ryan. I'm with Engineering Program Management in the Google Cloud Platform.
Hi, I'm Flávio Wagner. I'm professor at the University of Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil and affiliated to the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee.
Hi, I'm Diego Canabarro, and I work as an advisor to the board of the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee.
Steve Del Bianco with NetChoice, a trade association of e-commerce companies based in the U.S.
Hi, my name is Andrew Bridges. I'm a partner at Fenwick and West in San Francisco. I'm a litigator, and I defend new technologies and business models.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bohan. I'm from Tsinghua University in China and a PhD student.
Vint is right. You're allowed to use this a little bit strange structure of a room, so if you want to come to the central parts, you are highly welcome.
Well, perhaps even more important, not only would you be welcome, but you will also be on the script so that other people who are remote will see what you have to say. So I would really like to strongly invite you to move where the microphones are.
Thank you very much, Vint. Actually, it's a right thing to also remind us that there are people who are participating remotely, and I strongly encourage them to ask questions if they have any in the course of this session. There are a certain number of familiar faces around the table here, and also new people that I'm very pleased to welcome. So I'm Bertrand Lachapelle. I'm the Executive Director of the Secretariat of the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. And the purpose of this session is to bring people up to date on what is the process and where we are. The title of this slide deck is, as you see, Paris, Ottawa, Berlin, because as you will see, it is the successive milestones of the Global Internet and Jurisdiction Conference that took place, the first one in Paris in the end of 2016. The next one will take place in cooperation with the Government of Canada, and Pamela Miller is here, in February, at the end of February 2018, and the third one will take place in Germany, in Berlin, in June 2019, in partnership with the Government of Germany and in particular the Ministry for Economy and Energy. But what we're talking about is not only a series of conferences. The issues that we are addressing and the problems that we try to tackle together are not going to be solved with successions of 1.5-hour panels, however interesting they might be, and they sometimes are. The goal is to have an ongoing process, and the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network has actually started in 2012, so it's an ongoing discussion that is now structured in the way that I will present. But maybe before getting into the way it works in the policy network itself, it's probably interesting to have a look at how do we get to the next slide? Oh, sorry, I was not on the thing. So I hope it's visible. I just want to reiterate the challenges that we are all confronted with. It's not an exhaustive coverage of this, but it is a context that we have to take into account because we're basically in an environment that is driven by high uncertainty. And I don't have to belabor and to illustrate in too much detail what I'm talking about, but there's uncertainty about how the national laws apply to cross-border applications or cross-border cyberspace in general. An element of uncertainty is perfectly illustrated by very concrete facts like the fact that the world is hanging on the results of a few court cases. The right to be de-indexed case in Europe completely created a new environment, a new type of right and a new type of practice. The Schrems case obliterated in one swoop the whole architecture of privacy and personal data exchange on both sides. We're all hanging and waiting for the resolution of the famous Microsoft case in the Supreme Court in the US, probably mid next year. And cases after cases are coming in. You may have seen that no later than yesterday or the day before yesterday, the European Court of Justice has decided that Uber is a transportation service, which is completely changing the regulatory environment. So without getting into more detail, the problem is that this uncertainty and the absence of frameworks that allow for setting the norms and setting the rules so that people can adapt to those is encouraging and even forcing a certain number of actors to take unilateral actions that are not necessarily coordinated and can produce a legal arms race, which means that it can be governments, it can be companies. Everybody is reacting to the urgency of issues, to the pressure of the need to do something. And the cumulative effect of all these individual decisions make it particularly difficult to have a comprehensive environment. The end result is high costs, because if you have to plan, for instance, the development or the creation of data centers around the world, if you don't know what the legal environment will be, it's extremely difficult. If you have to, as a company, prepare for legal costs of different procedures, it's also a big question mark, but it goes for governments as well. It goes for governments that are hesitating on whether they should adopt a particular national law, push their existing law in extraterritorial application, etc. So this environment is what is labeled as a dangerous path and clearly calls for elements of cooperation on a certain number of cross-border challenges. When we say Internet and jurisdiction, the fundamental problem is the tension between the cross-border nature of one and the territoriality of the international system. This is not a criticism on each part, it is just a fact. Those two things have to adapt or adjust in a certain way to one another. And of course, it's an enormous range of issues, and in order to be able to tackle them, the purpose is to identify a certain number that are actionable, where the different actors have a common problem to solve. And in the course of the work that we facilitated as a secretariat, the partners and the actors have identified three main tracks and three main problems. One is the question that can be labeled in different ways, but one way is to say access to e-evidence in the cloud. You have an investigation, a criminal investigation in one country, and the data that is necessary for this investigation is actually held by a private company that is either located in another country or has its storage facilities in the other country than the one doing the investigation. Here again, without getting into more detail, the key problem is that the international mechanism for legal assistance is a pretty cumbersome one and probably adapted to a period where the number of cases was much less than it is today. Transnational is the new norm, and the mutual legal assistance treaty system is definitely slow and not easily scalable. The second type of problem that we've seen in the press a lot is everything that is related to objectionable content, illegal content, objectionable content, and the conditions under which this content should be removed, filtered, restricted, partially or totally, by the main operators and the main platforms, particularly when we're talking about user-generated content. And without getting into details, the key question is what is the applicability of national laws? Are there cases where you need, or it is legitimate to have a global takedown because of the importance of the harm, etc.? And what is the responsibility, respectively, of the private and the public actors? The third element is something that in this community is in the minds of people, and particularly in the ICANN community, but that in the rest of the world is not probably paid sufficient attention to. It's the fundamental question of the domain name system and the registries and registrars are a neutral technical layer that is essential for the functioning of the Internet. And there is a question, which is, when is it legitimate, appropriate, efficient to take down or suspend a domain name because of the activity that is on the site underneath? It is a tricky issue. I don't get into the details, but it is something where you have to distinguish probably between what is labeled as infrastructure abuse, like phishing, malware, botnets, and things like that, that are more related to the stability of the system, and what is labeled, by lack of a better word, as abusive content, which can go from child abuse images to copyright, and in between, unsafe pharmaceuticals, counterfeiting, and other things. So defining when and how it is appropriate or not to use the domain name layer for content purposes, and what is the role of notifiers, is a key question. This led to 3 tracks: access to user data, content restrictions, and domain suspensions, with the formulation of the general questions that are underneath. How do you reconcile, and I insist on the word reconcile, opposite objectives that are both positive? It's not about balancing or zero-sum games types of thing. In many cases, the purpose is to, at the same time, catch the bad guys and protect privacy, making it more efficient, but at the same time with more guarantees. So the key problem in this environment is that it's one nice thing to frame the problem, and that's what we've done after, tried to do after the Paris meeting. But there's a big challenge, which is how do you ensure policy coherence? Because there are many actors who are dealing with the same issues. And a typical example is in the case of access to user data. You have excellent work that is being done in the Council of Europe, in the Cybercrime Convention framework and the TCY. You have excellent work that is done as well in the European Commission as a follow-up to the mission and the mandate that was given by the Council of Justice and Home Affairs in June 2016. But you also have work that is underway between the United States and the UK on a joint US-UK bilateral agreement, and there is work that is done in civil society and companies in the US regarding the reform of the Electronic Communications Privacy Act. And overall, you have on each of the 3 tracks a combination of actions by governments, public authorities, international organizations, but also civil society developing principles such as the Manila Principles on freedom of expression, or companies developing codes of conduct of their own, or developing their terms of service, which have a capacity to establish norms for their own digital territories. So ensuring policy coherence and making sure that there is no contradiction and that the whole system is legally interoperable is one of the big challenges. So in that landscape, our role for those who are not as familiar, and I will go quickly, is to basically help bridge the silos, engage more than 200 entities today from the 6 stakeholder groups that are described above, the states, the major internet platforms, the technical operators, civil society, academia, and international organizations. And I must add that in each of those groups, you have different types of actors. Even in governments, you have the different ministries that are relevant. You have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Interior, the Ministries of Justice, the data protection authorities, various levels of law enforcement agencies, and so on, for an issue, for instance, like user data. And likewise, for the domain space, there's a whole range of actors. So the goal is to bring them together, provide a neutral space for discussion on an ongoing basis around precise and concrete issues. The 3 programs that I'm mentioning, and since last year, the principle of having global internet and jurisdiction conferences. This was a change and a major evolution in 2016. We did the first one, as I said, with France, the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a partner in Paris last year. And the next one will be with Canada, and the next one with Germany and the Federal Ministry of Economy, as I said. But importantly, not only is it the first time probably in 2016 that about 200 participants at a senior level from 40 countries really addressed specifically those jurisdictional questions. It is important to note that there is also a context where the major international organizations also provide institutional support, including the OECD, the Council of Europe, the European Commission, UNESCO, and ICANN. And we're engaging other international organizations. It is an originality in the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. Normally, international organizations are considered as observers or they're around. We consider that particularly their secretariat have a contribution to make on their own, and that is very important to also articulate existing structures with this, what one of the participants in Paris has called the connective tissue of Internet and jurisdiction. Very quickly, I was talking about policy coherence. Policy coherence requires coordination. You know the saying, everybody wants coordination, nobody wants to be coordinated. We're there as a neutral facilitator to bring actors together, but this is not enough. And if you look at the quotes here from Carl Bildt and the former Deputy Secretary General of the OECD in Paris last year, the incentive and the emphasis is on cooperation, which is more than coordination. It's developing actual frameworks. And as the economist said, basically, if those issues are not addressed properly, then there is a real danger for the Internet itself and the digital economy, human rights, and cybersecurity at the same time. Very quickly, the methodology is, it may sound obvious, but I want to insist on one thing. It's a natural funnel. Every single methodology is starting from a larger aspect and then narrowing down towards operational solution. What is very important in the method that we're implementing is to spend a lot of time in the early stages to find common formulations for problems, for goals, for methods, because if you don't even agree on the meaning of the words, there's no reason that you will be able to agree on the solutions to the problem. So vernacular, common formulation of objectives is a very important element. And the goal is to move towards operational solutions. It always takes time. But the important name of the game here is persistence. So this leads to the final element, which is the general roadmap. You see the 3 milestones of Paris, Ottawa, and Berlin, and you have on your table the written form. What we did in Paris was to build on the work, the preparatory work in the 3 programs, and in the input documents allow the discussion at the conference in Paris to be focused on identifying what was labeled as areas of cooperation. One important element for those who were not at the Paris conference, who don't know about it, the format was a little bit special because there was no panels at all. It was 2 days over 3 days, one afternoon in plenary, one full day, and one morning in plenary. And the full day was divided in parallel in the three tracks. So imagine that there's a wall in there, and there's the three groups in parallel devoting a whole full day to the documents that were the input documents. And the outcome was as synthetic as possible because it was basically 4, maximum 5 areas for cooperation, i.e. teams, that were to be explored further. That's the outcome of Paris. That led to the formation of 3 contact groups that we purposefully didn't call working groups. They are not representative, they are not decision-making, but the intention was to have, and some in this room were part of those contact groups, the goal was to make sure that the perspective of the different options for solutions were all taken into account. There were 7 virtual meetings by teleconference. We prepared as Secretariat the input document and the questions for those calls and prepared the minutes afterwards. And the result of this is what is called policy options documents that I will mention briefly afterwards, that fundamentally will serve as input into the second conference in Ottawa in February, at the end of February, that will have exactly the same format. And this format will be building on the structure of the three documents. So I want to speed up a little bit because of the time. The purpose in Ottawa, and we can elaborate afterwards, is to align people on common objectives. On the basis of these input documents, the dream and the objective is that people say, we know there's still a distance to travel to get to the results, but at least we're trying to go in the same direction. We want to formulate the goals in a common manner and structure the different elements that have to be explored further in the period. And on that basis, the same methodology will be applied, but probably a little bit more structured, not only virtual meetings, but also physical ones. And part of the challenge is to define the best methodology to be manageable and as inclusive as possible. Final element to encourage you. The goal is to develop cooperation frameworks, or to facilitate discussion for the different participants to develop cooperation frameworks, the form of which will be determined in the end. Nobody knows how formal or informal the result will be. The focus of the work is on the substantive content of the agreements. For those of you who are in the ICANN, familiar with the ICANN environment, there's a nice pun on mutual affirmation of commitments instead of just bilateral affirmation of commitments. But the general idea is to explore any kind of mechanism where the different actors, public, private, and civil society, can say, if you commit to do this, then I commit to do that, and they will be monitoring what we do together in substance. So after Paris, we produced these documents that you can find online that are called framing papers with the areas for cooperation. That was the product at the beginning of 2017. And as a result of the contact groups in 2017, we produced and released very recently in November the so-called policy options documents that I encourage you to download on the site, internetandjurisdiction.net/policy options, I think. And for those of you who will be coming to Ottawa, it will be very important to have read them before so that we can discuss them with detail. And also for those of you who might be interested in knowing more about the Ottawa conference, we can have the discussion afterwards. So final line is, it's always difficult to define a mission in great detail, but what I want to share is that all of us are in a situation where we are under extreme pressure to deal with very day-to-day urgencies. And we are all dealing with them in silos. which means that we're all in prisoner's dilemma situation. You have to do quickly a decision without knowing what the others are going to do. This is usually not going in game theory into good results. So the purpose of our work as a secretariat is to help actors in a structured process, not to get into purely academic thinking, although academic thinking is important, but not thinking long-term, 20 years, but having the capacity to step back a little and get into the structural solution rather than treating the symptoms. And so that's the general mission. The goal is that the internet to continue to flourish and the digital society needs cooperation framework that is as transnational as the internet itself. And this is a process that attempts modestly and ambitiously to help the actors participate. So I've been long, but if you want more information, you can go to the site, and then I will pass the baton to Paul for the rest of the session.
Yes, thank you very much. We are very happy that today here with us in the room are several members of the advisory group for the second Global Internet and Jurisdiction Conference that is going to take place on February 26, 28 next year. And we would like to invite the members and representatives of members who could not be with us today in the room to basically tell the participants at the IGF why Ottawa matters and why this is such an important opportunity for the community to proceed towards the path of developing policy standards and operational solutions. And maybe I would like to start with Pam Miller, who's the Director General of IACD Canada. We are very delighted that Canada is the partner for the second Global Internet and Jurisdiction Conference. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Paul. First, Canada very much looks forward to hosting the second Internet and Jurisdiction Conference in Ottawa, which is fast approaching at the end of February. The key partners are the Government of Canada and the Canadian Internet Registry. And why, in brief, did Canada agree to host, and what do we hope to achieve? Canada is a very strong supporter of the open and interoperable Internet, as we all are, but we know the challenges, as Bertrand has eloquently described. INJ really stands out in bringing research to bear and looking for coordinated solutions. The focus in Ottawa will be on defining specific problems as identified by the INJ community related to content, data, and domains. Already in preparation for the conference, there are tangible impacts in the contact groups, and I would have to say also domestically. In Canada, we have a partnership across government with numerous departments, including my own, Innovation, Science, and Economic Development, also with Global Affairs, Justice, Heritage, our regulator, the CRTC, and as I noted, our Internet Registry, the Canadian CIRA. We are consulting with privacy, law enforcement, private sector, academia. This is a really important impact of INJ to mobilize these types of conversations. Preparations are well underway, and I think the time is right. I think Ottawa is an opportunity to define specific problems and blockage areas, and I really sense momentum and purpose. I would note that in addition to being a supporter of INJ, Canada will be hosting the G7. It will be an important opportunity for Canada to engage G7 counterparts on pressing global challenges and pursue further collaboration on innovation and clean growth. The impacts of digital technologies on inclusive innovation will need to be factored into the discussions, and Internet and jurisdiction matters are an integral part of this. So again, we're very much looking forward to the conference, and again, the focus on solutions and the path forward to Germany. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe I start on the right-hand side with Tariq Kamel, who's Senior Vice President at ICANN. In 1 minute, please, because we have also to look at the time. Why does Ottawa matter?
Yeah, thank you very much, Paul. And indeed, ICANN as well is very keen to participate and support the Internet and Jurisdiction initiative. We will have participation on management level as well as on board level in the conference, similar to what we did in Paris. We think that the debate of jurisdiction and DNS outside ICANN as well gives more flexibility for brainstorming. ICANN is focused on policy making very specifically, but we have challenges definitely that are related to the area of jurisdiction. GDPR is not the first and not the least. E-privacy is coming. So exchanging data across borders related to DNS management is going to be a challenge and needs the collective wisdom of the community to provide input to the ICANN decision-making process and policy development process. So we look forward to participate in Ottawa, and we will continue to support the initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next will be Mr. Bernd Neuer, who's here for advisory group member Stefan Schnorr, the Director General of the Ministry of Economics.
Thank you. First, best regards from my Director General, Stefan Schnorr. And he asked me to say that, and maybe most of you have heard about, that German federal government decided in summer this year that Germany should apply for the IGF 2019. We have proposed to host the IGF at the end of November, and we think, or we hope, that the new federal government will also support and continue this project, this application from Germany, from our ministry. We think the Internet and Jurisdiction Conference can be an important milestone on the way to the IGF 2019. And first of all, to help us generate input. Therefore, Germany proposed to hold the third annual conference of the Internet and Jurisdiction Conference, as Bertrand said, in June 2019. We are convinced that the Internet and Jurisdiction Conference and the project as well is a long-term issue, a long-term value, and it can only be successful with concrete outcomes that can be followed up even after Ottawa. And finally, I would like to say Germany is ready to pick up the momentum set by France and Canada, especially against the background of the IGF 2019 planned for Berlin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we're extremely happy that Germany already announced before the second Global Internet and Jurisdiction Conference to be the partner for the third one. Next one would be Wim Cerf, who doesn't need an introduction, I believe. Please.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I think that we have in the Internet a very, very powerful enabling technology, and much has happened over the course of the 40 years since its invention and the 30-plus years of operation. But at the same time, by lowering the barriers to exchange of information, access to it, we've also invited into this environment activity which is, in fact, harmful, and we need to find ways of protecting our interests in this environment. So the reason that it's important for these meetings to take place is that we have to find a way to protect that which needs protection without destroying the enabling capacity of the Internet. And to do that in an international setting where cross-border jurisdictional questions arise is a non-trivial problem. But it is worthy of our attention, and that's why I will be in Ottawa, and I certainly will be in Berlin as these events unfold.
Thank you very much, Vint. To my right is Paul Mitchell, Senior Director at Microsoft.
So I'll agree with everything that's just been said, and just note that Bertrand mentioned the seminal cases that are at play, including Uber yesterday, and everyone's waiting on the Microsoft warrant case. Nothing that the INJ project is doing is likely to stop the efforts by national administrations to create case law on internet-related topics. But what the INJ project can do is create lots and lots of input. When we when we come together in a multi-stakeholder fashion to agree on cooperation mechanisms, to agree on ways that we can share information, to agree on what common values are, that all can provide great input into the system of laws and regulations that we have globally. Without that, just speaking from the perspective of a global cloud provider, we just have chaos in terms of how we operate our services. I'll note, just for interest, that there are a number of amicus briefs that have been filed at the U.S. Supreme Court already on the Microsoft Warren case, and they make fascinating reading for everyone in this room. Most of them are in favor of neither side, which is an interesting way to write these briefs. But I think this is a really important area. And at the conference in Paris last year, I noted that we sort of have to move from categorizing or cataloging activities to some way to actually create action and create common frameworks and common understanding. And I think the three papers that have come out over the past year actually go some distance down that path in terms of creating some commonality, at least a framework that we can leverage. So we're completely supportive. Look forward to being in Ottawa, which is in fact a beautiful city, even when it's freezing cold. So please come.
Thank you very much. Please, Undersecretary Daniel Abadi, you're here for Secretary Huici, and you have the floor.
Thank you. First of all, congratulations to Bertrand and his team for setting this and setting this momentum. Ottawa gave us the opportunity as a community to discuss and build a framework if it's necessary. I guess it's time to get together, to work, and get the usual internet base that is community and discuss in a multi-stakeholder way, and build a framework. And that, as Canada will be hosting the G7, Argentina will be hosting the G20, we pick up what the German presidency did on the Digital Economy Task Force, and that's also an opportunity for developing countries to include this thing in this new, economy model where we are globalizing and exchanging ideas and innovation. So Ottawa will be a great platform to discuss things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. The next one in line is Byron Holland, and with a special thank you to Cira, who together with the Government of Canada are helping us with the Secretariat to prepare all the logistical aspects of the conference. Byron is the CEO and President of Cira.
So thank you very much to the I&J team for putting this event together. As an operator, often as a CCTLD operator, we spend most of our time on operational functions and in the day-to-day weeds. And it's often difficult to deal with the higher level conceptual and policy issues that confront us all. As a day-to-day operator, we're confronted with those issues, in particular in the Canadian context, every day. Given where we live, the majority of our data, even in a Canadian point-to-point exchange, flows through foreign jurisdiction, through the U.S. So we confront the kinds of issues that are being discussed on a daily basis, and yet we do it in the context where there aren't solutions. And I certainly believe that the I&J project is really the next internet governance frontier that we need to address with this global resource. So I want to thank the team for bringing together the appropriate parties and the appropriate expertise to discuss these issues. And I look forward to being the sponsor and co-host of the event with the Canadian government. Yes, Canada can be cold in February, but it can also be beautiful. You will be at a UNESCO World Heritage Site, literally on the banks of the longest skating rink in the world. So please also bring your skates, or at the very least, bring your gloves and your hat. I do want to assure you that the conference center is linked to the hotel and many entertainment facilities, so you don't actually have to go outside, but I would strongly encourage you to take advantage of the environment when you're there. Thanks.
But just a note for participating delegates, skating is recommended just after the conference, not before. I would like to give the floor to Guilherme Canella, who's here for the Assistant Director General of UNESCO, Frank LaRue.
Yes, good morning. Best regards from Frank. He needed to be in Washington today, so he asked me to join this on his behalf, and also because perhaps I can add another element for this discussion and why Ottawa is so important. I'm coordinating for UNESCO a global initiative on training judges on those issues, freedom of expression, internet. And in Latin America, we have trained more than 6,000 judges in 23 countries. And I think the most common question from all of those judges and prosecutors is about internet jurisdiction. The very three issues you mentioned are the questions those judges that are not asking this for intellectual curiosities because they have actual cases on their desks. So we think this is super important, and we would, as UNESCO, strongly encourage you to invite actual judges to be in your conference, because these people, they are actually discussing real cases they are receiving, and not only in supreme and higher courts, but in very initial jurisdictions in their national county, in our member states. And finally, UNESCO General Conference has constantly asking the Secretariat to provide our member states with this very same kind of discussions you are raising here and in those different conferences. So for us as a Secretariat, it's highly important to be fit in with this kind of discussions to then return to our member states upon their requests. So thank you very much, and UNESCO will be, of course, be represented there and then fit back in these discussions to this judges' initiative and to our member states in our General Conference. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and we are honored as the Secretary to have UNESCO's institutional support for the conference and also the institutional support of the Council of Europe. Elena Lopatina is here for Advisory Group member Patrick Panix.
Yes, thank you, Paul. Just a couple of words on behalf of Mr. Patrick Panix, Head of Information Society Department of the Council of Europe, and also, as Paul said, member of the advisory group, to share our vision on this initiative. So the Council of Europe sees the upcoming conference as a very important event and as a real opportunity for all stakeholders to work out policies and solutions through joint coordinated action. And the multi-stakeholder model, which is one of the key features of the conference, is absolutely capable of providing a very enabling environment for that. The Council of Europe itself engages in promoting the multi-stakeholder model. We engage in working with NGOs, with academia, and since recently with businesses as well. And our vision is that to face the challenges of the digital transformation, it is important that all stakeholders recognize their respective duties, responsibilities, obligations, and work together guided by the principles of human rights, democracy, and rule of law for which the Council of Europe stands. And having said this, I'm pleased to recall that the Council of Europe supports the conference, including through participating in the thematic working groups. And we do that actually because we believe that all stakeholders, including international organizations, should and shall engage in a concerted action towards our shared digital future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena. Benedito Fonseca Filho is the Director of Scientific and Technological Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil. Please, Benedito, you have the floor.
Thank you. Brazil, as you know, has been an early supporter of this project, and actually we are, of course, very proud to having hosted Net Mundial, and one of the calls emanating from Net Mundial was that jurisdiction in the context of internet governance should be further developed as a priority area of work in the future. So we are very glad to see that it is developing through Internet and Jurisdiction project. Jurisdiction is a very, I would say, urgent and increasingly important issue. I would say besides those three focus areas that were chosen by the project, there are also a number of international discussions involving jurisdiction aspects. Just to name one that is particularly dear to my country is a discussion going on in ICANN regarding how we can make sure that one organization that deals with global resources, what kind of jurisdiction rules should govern this organization. Presently, we have a unilaterally forced jurisdiction, which from the perspective of foreign countries is not the appropriate way. We are looking to ways to deal with that. But there are many other aspects regarding jurisdiction, and I think this adds a complexity to this discussion. Bertrand has mentioned that from the perspective of governments, it's not a monolithic thing. Different branches within the executive may have different views, and Guilherme has indicated that judges, so judiciary, another branch of government, is also there. If we add Congress to that, the three branches of government, and all those interacting and taking decisions that can impact on jurisdiction, we see the landscape is really very complex. So the added value that Internet and jurisdiction brings to this, as was indicated by the previous intervener, is that it can certainly not provide a direct answer, but it can provide very important inputs, valuable information to help to guide us through all this maze. And I would just finalize by saying that Internet and Jurisdiction Project is unique in itself, because many efforts have been going on in regard to jurisdiction. But when we think of international effort of a multi-stakeholder nature, I would say Internet and Jurisdiction Project is really something very unique, and we see a very great value in pursuing it. So we are looking forward to Ottawa and Berlin as milestones in further developing our common shared understanding on ways that can be used to address, and tools to address those issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benedito. And then, if I may add, what makes this effort, I believe, unique is precisely the engagement of the stakeholders. We as the secretariats are there to enable the cooperation and to help, and we're delighted to see this momentum building up ahead of Ottawa and the engagement of the stakeholders. Fiona Alexander of NTIA is a member of the high-level advisory group, but I think Jono will take the floor.
I'll do my best Fiona impression here. No, I'll speak for myself. Thank you, Paul Bertrand. The U.S. Department of Commerce has long been a supporter of the Internet and Jurisdiction First Project and now Policy Network. I'll just echo quickly what others have said. 2018 is going to be a busy year for these issues. We're going to have the GDPR come into effect in May. There's the Schrems II case that's forthcoming, the Microsoft Ireland case, the Cybersecurity Act, cybersecurity law in China has already come into effect, but is really going to start being enforced and implemented. So I think the time is really right for these kind of discussions to really come to a place where we can start to make progress and really start to move forward on these issues. And the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network, I think, is the only place that I'm aware of that all of these interconnected issues are brought together in one place. So it's a unique venue. It's a unique group of individuals who really have expertise in all of these various topics, from ICANN issues to privacy to law enforcement. So we're very much excited about Ottawa and then Germany, and look forward to participating and keeping the conversation going with the group.
Thank you very much. We have 4 minutes left, and we I think can take 1 or 2 questions either to the Secretariat of the Policy Network or the members of the advisory group here in the room. Yes, please.
If you allow me, it's more than a question, is a comment. Among all the voices that I've heard, there are 2 voices that are missing, and I happen to have 2 hats. One as a global registry, and another one as a user representative in ELAC. And I think that it is essential that those 2 parts will be also part of this effort, because registries and their network of registrars are severely affected by the difference in jurisdiction, even more than the CCTLDs. And the users, the classical case of a user in Africa that has a registrar in Europe and the registry in the US, which jurisdiction applies. And so I think that it is important that we bring to this process also the voices and the problems that those two categories of stakeholders have, and also in order to maintain this global effort in the framework of a real multi-stakeholder environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Vint would like to comment.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make two observations. First of all, there is no doubt in my mind that to solve the problems that we all have in thinking about, we are going to need cooperation across national boundaries. There's simply no other way. Second point is that we are going to have to answer the question, who has what authority to do what? And we are also going to have to answer, how will we maintain due process in the course of solving these problems? And finally, what role does informality play in solving some of these problems? And I put that on the table very deliberately. When we become overly formal, as the law demands, we sometimes interfere with our own ability to solve problems. And so I think there is an amalgam of challenge here that we will not totally overcome in Ottawa, but I hope we'll make some progress.
Maybe unless we're kicked out, we can grab another 5 minutes because we started late because of the trade.
There was Jim over there who...
Sure. Thank you, Jim Prendergast. I would say, first off, the selection of Ottawa in February is brilliant because nobody will ever be accused of going on a junket. The other thing, I remember back to the Paris event and looking at the program and saying, my gosh, we're going to be in a discussion track for an entire day. And it was kind of daunting, and it turned out to be excellent. The issues are very complex. You can't get through it, Bertrand, as you said, in a 90-minute session. It takes time to navigate the different opinions and angles that people want to talk about. So I'm not sure what the program, if it's set up like that for Ottawa, but you know, a day is not intimidating. You probably go 2 or 3, but you know, I like that length of, so you can really get into the issues and sort of wrestle them to the ground.
Any other comment, Jan?
Just very briefly, I had a brilliant time skating in Ottawa a few winters ago, so I highly recommend it as a junket. The only other comment I wanted to make, Vint, I thought your point about informality is really interesting and really needs a lot of development. I'm very glad the Council of Europe is involved because human rights issues obviously are so important. And traditionally, I'm not saying it will always be like this, but legality, you know, very precise specification of powers and tests of proportionality and so on are such a core part of international human rights law. I think that would be part of the discussion.
Any other comment, question? Yes,
just a quick comment, and building on what Vince said. Of course, informality is very important, but how do you formalize informality is the bigger question, probably. And that's what we're grappling with. Will there be remote participation? Just a note, because the Apricot is happening right at the same time.
The quick answer is the structure of the conference, as I said, there are plenaries and there's the work streams on the second day. The plenaries will be webcast. It's not really remote participation, but there will be webcast. People will be able to follow it, and it will be posted afterwards online. You can see, for instance, the sessions of last year online. But the second day is a working day on Chatham House rules, and so therefore we make it for the people who are there. I take the opportunity because there's a natural lingering question, and it's always a challenge. Just as Vint was mentioning informality and formality, there's the whole question of how do you manage the maximum inclusion and still be manageable. I want to insist, and it's a very important commitment, what we're doing first is that it's really an effort to be as neutral as possible and have all the different perspectives represented. And so to reassure Roberto, be it the community of registries and registrars and the community of civil society groups, and maybe including, for the question of domains, even more, the ALAC is clearly the structure, that's the case. But the point that I want to make is that, as I explained, this is not just the conferences. It's a little bit like the ITF, you know. In the ITF, you do not adopt something at physical meetings, ever. You validate them through online consensus building and so on. Yes, there's the reputation of humming and so on, but the principle is only a certain number of people have the possibility to come or are selected to be part of an event. So what we do in Ottawa is to really catalyze the maximum critical mass of actors that are sufficiently representative of the diversity of viewpoints. And I insist on the distinction. It is not about having delegates that are representing. We do not pretend that the whole community is representative of the whole world. What we think is we're trying the best we can to have the diversity of viewpoints taken into account so that it frames the discussion for afterwards. And the commitment in particular is, because of the limitation and the natural limitation of resources, all regions of the world are not covered exactly in the same way. We've made a strong effort to cover a large number of countries and actors. And a huge effort is intended in 2018, going towards Berlin, to do intensive outreach to other regions. And that covers in particular Africa and Asia, which is an enormous piece, and the Middle East. Latin America is relatively engaged. So I want to highlight this because the process and the inclusion, we are constantly searching and looking for the right people who are not only knowledgeable about the topic, who are in positions where they are capable of influencing it by their ideas or by their position, but also, and it's an important criteria, seriously wanting to help develop solutions. And it looks completely mundane, but it is an important criteria, and we want that everybody who comes to Ottawa or participates in the physical meetings, in spite of their differences, in spite of their different perspectives and even starting point or angles of vision on a particular topic, have one thing in common, that they care about finding the solutions for the common problem. And I think it's important to say it. It looks completely naive. I know it, but I want to say it because that's the spirit that we want to do. Vint used an expression that is maybe not familiar to a lot of people, but when somebody with an engineering background talks about a non-trivial problem, it's an understatement. A non-trivial problem is typically what is called NP complex problems, and these are the ones that even the smartest computers have difficulties solving. So the kind of problems that we are addressing, and Greg Nojem, who was there earlier, had a discussion with him yesterday. In engineering, there's something that is called multi-factor optimization. Human brains are very apt at optimizing along one axis or potentially two axes. Like combining two parameters is something that we can more or less do. Making optimization for policy making with a multiple dimension, where we have to combine human rights, economic impact, long-term, short-term, security, and so on, is one of the trickiest problems that we can imagine, especially when you are acting on one field and it has an impact on another field. You're acting in one country and it has a collateral impact on another one. So non-trivial is the name of the game, and the final element is we, and when I say we, it's collective we, it's not only the Secretariat, are confronted with a very delicate issue, which is when we talk about jurisdiction, we do talk about a very important word, which is sovereignty. This is about how you exercise sovereignty. We collectively understand sovereignty in the digital age. And the problem is that we used to have a very direct and simple mapping of sovereignty with a physical territory. And today, there are cases where it is appropriate in certain circumstances that this sovereignty plays beyond the physical territory under certain specific circumstances and criteria. And also other cases where you exercise the sovereignty over your own actors and operators, but with restraint, because they may have an impact on another country, and that goes for registries and registrars, major companies, and so on. So it's not about shedding sovereignty at all. It's about understanding how it works and how it is exercised in an environment where most interactions are transborder, and the respective roles and responsibilities of the different actors, which is a word that is particularly appropriate, an expression particularly appropriate in this building, because it is the famous contentious wording of the World Summit on the Information Society, is actually the underlying question. What are the respective roles and responsibilities of public, private, and civil society actors in those issues? With that, I think the next panel is coming. So we are extremely happy to have you you here. Don't hesitate to connect with us if you want to know more about the conference, and potentially even submit your expression of interest. It's limited in numbers, but we would be happy to extend. Thank you. Sorry, I will ask you to exit so that the next panel can be in place. And I'm sorry we overstretched.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this cozy session on the eve of the holiday. It's great to have you all in the room. I just thought I'd come and shake hands to know who is in the room so that we can also maybe cater the conversation afterwards according to your specific interests. So thank you for being here. This is really, first of all, I'm Nadia Isla, the director of the SDG Lab, which is a recently created unit which sits in the office of the Director General of the United Nations here in Geneva. My team is here also, and what we do is in a nutshell, because I could talk for hours about the lab, but I just thought it's helpful for you to know what we're doing and why I'm here. We are basically capitalizing and maximizing what International Geneva has to offer as a multi-stakeholder platform and space in support of the implementation of the SDGs. And we look at specific global, regional, and national challenges in SDG implementation. And obviously the theme of data, as we know, is a big one out there. How to tackle it and what the added value of the lab is in this mega sphere is still something that we're trying to pin down. But sharing this meeting today is an opportunity for us to hear voices of experts on the matter, to really understand even more in depth the challenges linked to data collection, big data collection, and how it can accelerate the implementation of the SDGs, but also look into what the opportunities are, but also what the challenges are. So we have a very short session. I'll have to close it at 11:10. So I'll be extremely short in my introductory remarks because I'd like to really give space to Barbara, Linus, Rosie, and John to share with us their piece of the data puzzle. As we know, data is such a huge theme. And I think I'm pretty sure that if we all ask each other, what part of the data puzzle you're working on, or what is, in your view, the most important about data and the SDGs, we'll all have a different angle. Yet we talk about data as if it's like one homogeneous bubble, and it's not. So today, the intention of this meeting is to look at the data equation through different lenses, through the speakers on the panel. And then this is just the beginning of a conversation. I think we will have maybe some key questions coming out of this session, which the SDG Lab would be happy in partnership with others to tackle at another level, including also with member states and the broader Geneva community. So as we know, I mean, data is being used and has been used in the past and will continue to be used for policy making, for orienting strategic decisions. And it's also used for the monitoring of the implementation of the agenda. So as we know, there are great opportunities, and specifically now with all the different tools and technology related to big data, we know that there are new doors open in terms of capturing elements we had never had a chance to capture before. So the opportunities are absolutely huge, but the challenges are also emerging. We hear lots of recurrent questions such as, what data are we collecting and for what use? How is data collected? And how is data analyzed? Who is collecting the data? It's often also a concern that we hear over and over again from many member states, as well as how it is collected by those institutions or people or organizations. And then how do we actually format data in such a way that it really does help policy making? We often have member states dropping by the SDG Lab telling us how much they appreciate the opportunities of new data out there, but that it's also overwhelming. And they dream of having data collected and analyzed for them so that they can make sound policy decisions. But not just having more data is sometimes more daunting than anything else. So how do we grapple with that challenge too? So today we have 4 speakers, Barbara Rosen-Jacobson from the Diplo Foundation, Linus Bengtsson, the Executive Director of Flowminder Foundation, Rosie Mondardini, the Managing Director of Citizen Science Center, and John Crowley, the Manager of Knowledge and Learning at the International Federation of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent Societies. So I'd first like to give the floor to Barbara. I think you'll all be making short presentations, right? Slide presentations. So you have 5 minutes each. to share with us which part of the data puzzle you belong to, and how you are tackling the equation of how data could best be used to accelerate the 2030 agenda. Just a small note that we are we're webcasted. Basically, we have quite a few people following us on internet, and we have, remind me your name, I'm sorry. Katarina. Katarina is the moderator of the session online, so afterwards when there are questions, we may be getting questions also from people out there. Thank you very much, Katarina. Barbara, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Nadia. I will just first start with a very brief kind of overview or context in which we are discussing this. The importance of data in modern society is very obvious, and it is also obviously present in the agenda of the IGF of today, of this week. More and more data is generated, aggregated in big data sets, and this has given a lot of opportunity to make better informed policies and also better target people in need. In parallel, it has provided quite some demands to the monitoring of progress, especially in development, because of the realization that more might be possible. And in this context, the adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015 went hand in hand with 169 targets and 232 indicators, with this awareness that modern goals need a modern measurement system. So with the many targets and indicators, there is this idea that the SDGs should serve to leave no one behind. And in this context, data is important to fill kind of gaps, vulnerable communities that we cannot detect without very, very accurate and big and also disaggregated data, so that we know whether they are embraced by development efforts or not. So with this background, I conducted a little study over the summer related to the High-Level Political Forum. And the High-Level Political Forum takes place every year in New York and discusses sustainable development and progress towards the SDGs. And I analyzed in which context and how much the word data was mentioned in the reports by IISD and the United Nations. So I also analyzed this over the years. So I started with reports from 2014. And indeed, what I thought, it was confirmed, data is increasingly mentioned in the debates around the SDGs. But what is maybe more interesting is that I looked at how data has been talked about in discussions on the SDGs. And I found out that there has been an overwhelming focus on disaggregation. Data disaggregation was the main context in which the word data was used. At the same time, there was also quite some focus on the availability of data and the need to collect data, but other topics surrounding data were not often mentioned. And this raises the question, if this aggregation is so important, how do we make sure we get this right, and how do we mitigate challenges to disaggregate data? So related challenges are, for example, capacity building, especially because of the enormous dimension of targets and indicators that for which data needs to be collected. Capacity building is very, very important, and there's only a very slowly growing awareness of the capacity that is needed. And I think there is a little bit of a danger that reliance on, for example, third parties by countries that need to do reporting, there needs to be a certain basic level of capacity to understand whether these analyses are accurate, what kind of data is used, is the data relevant for the use of monitoring the SDGs, especially when talking about new data. An additional challenge that is not often talked about is privacy in the context of the Sustainable Development Goals, and especially if there is a focus on disaggregated data and the increased collection of data along ethnic lines or gender or age, geographic location. The question arises whether in parallel this might give rise to increasingly sensitive data being collected, and how do we protect it and know that this data is used for good and for sustainable development and not against it. I think in some there is a lot of ground to gain to capture really the benefits of new kinds of data for the SDGs, but we need to have an informed discussion on how to materialize this in practice. And with these enormous data needs, big data and crowdsourced data and citizen data, open data, can be of tremendous help if they are used intelligently and sustainably and responsibly. And I'm also looking forward to hearing from my three co-panelists more about each of these areas. It is what I found out that there is already a very great awareness that data and big data, new forms of data, can have a lot of potential. And now the real opportunity is to kind of turn this hype into real action and real impact.
Thank you very much, Barbara. I think this was a good opening sort of a presentation of the big sort of framework in which we're operating. And thank you for highlighting the challenges related to disaggregation. As you mentioned, indeed, in New York, many of the national voluntary presentations made by member states underscored that challenge of how do we do that best, and the notions also of privacy of data. Thanks a lot for that, Barbara. I'd like now to give the floor to Linus, the Executive Director of Flowminder Foundation. Linus, you have the floor.
Thank you. That's great, Barbara. You brought up data disaggregation, and I don't think this was planned in any way, but that's exactly what we focus on. So, so that was great. I'll give a bit of an overview of who we are and how we approach the questions of measuring and monitoring the SDGs. So we're a non-profit. We're coming from the academic sector, most of us. We're about 60 staff, most based in the UK, but we have an office here as well. We partner with a lot of private data providers and other public body data providers, and as well with partner agencies, international agencies and governments, and support them with robust analysis of new types of data, focusing really on old problems, but leveraging all the new statistical methods and the new data that is available there. We publish everything we do in peer-reviewed journals, and I think it's a very new field. There's a lot to explore, and it's very easy to make nice visualizations, which looks perfect, but actually they don't correspond to the reality on the ground. And I think this is a key point I want to make. We need to validate, and we need to use really robust methods. So a few words about the data sources. We use these fancy new data sources. And this is the most important one. Traditional household surveys and census data. Exactly asking questions about their lives, exactly what we want to measure. Then we have the fancy stuff. So we pioneered the use of mobile operator data back in 2008, and we've been working since in many countries using this for humanitarian and development purposes. And in addition, we use a huge number of geospatial layers, basically maps of something. So we see on the top there, it's mobile data, but to the right we have topography, and we have these household surveys, we have temperature, we have slope, we have tons of information we can now gather from space. And each of them is very biased as a proxy for what we actually want to capture. But so the whole problem we approach is how should we use these data sources in a way that adjusts for the biases and really take out the information. So this is what we do. We produce high-resolution, disaggregated maps of population densities, characteristics, and their dynamics. So first of all, we produce for all low and middle-income countries the data per 100 times 100 meters of the number of people living there. So this is open, free data. You go to the World Pop website and you download and use however you want. Secondly, we profile the characteristics of these populations. So for all the data I showed there before, we have age and gender disaggregation. But then we're also doing much more sophisticated work. And so as an example here, female literacy in Nigeria. We know from traditional surveys, really great household surveys, that measure literacy, that this is the disaggregated distribution of literacy among females in Nigeria. It's better in the south than in the north, but really it doesn't have a very good spatial resolution if you want to attack this problem. We then combine these household surveys and these new fancy data sources with robust statistical methods, and we produce these types of maps. So per square kilometer, the proportion of females being literate in Nigeria. And this enables you to take decisions and prioritize your resources in a whole different way. And there's a lot of work behind this map, and I have probably 1 minute left, so, but feel free to contact us. This is poverty in East Africa, and we do this for a lot of indicators. Finally, we have dynamics and changes in population distributions. And this is migration patterns in Bangladesh using, based on 40 million mobile phones with Grameenphone in Bangladesh. And the phones by themselves have quite a bit of bias, and it's a big job to develop methods of how to account for that. We use this for understanding how population densities change with the seasons and the weeks and over time. And maybe this is the most striking example of when we have huge redistributions of the population and really show the value of the mobile data. So this is, we work in a lot of disaster settings, and so these are among the people living in the Kathmandu Valley in 2015, before the earthquake. This is their distribution after the earthquake. So we could see in both high resolution, but also on a national level, how this huge outflow of people from the earthquake zone looked. So I think that was my, just to say finally that these data, they are now finding their way into very important big UN international reports, and so we do, it's no longer just a scientific exercise. That was the last one, I think.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be chairing a meeting where the speakers are so disciplined. You're leaving to 5 minutes. I think you would deserve much more time, all of you. But thanks a lot, Linus. This is fascinating. And actually, your last slide kind of answered the question I had in my mind. Was okay. So where did this disaggregated data you are working on is landing? And you gave elements of response there that in certain reports. But maybe after we can have a conversation on, who are your other clients? Do you then also do you go a step further into advising, for example, ministries, etc., on choices, strategic choices, and planification, etc. But we can discuss that afterwards in the plenary. Thank you very much, Linus. I'd like to give the floor now to Rosie, the Managing Director of the Citizen Science Center. Rosie, tell us more.
Hello. So I will use my few minutes of introduction to talk about data generated by citizen science projects and the role that they can have for the Sustainable Development Goals. So citizen science, Citizen science is a practice basically where citizens and scientists collaborate to do scientific research. And most of the time, the scientists design the project, they come up with the scientific questions, the citizens collect data, and then the scientists do the analysis. While more and more, we actually see scientists participating as well into the analysis phase, and sometimes really participating in the whole process. This has been around as a methodology for ages, and citizens have helped astronomers, biologists, physicists in projects that go from classifying galaxies to checking the quality of water to monitoring deforestation. Who are these people? These are people that come any age, any background, every part of the world. And why do they do that? There are a lot of studies on that, but mainly because they want to participate in the advancement of science, or because they are really passionate about the topic, or because the topic is very close to them. Maybe projects that have to do with health issues, or projects for the environment and biodiversity. So there are different ways that nowadays this, I don't manage to go to next one for some reason. Citizen science is actually, these projects are called in different ways nowadays. Crowdsourcing, open science, do-it-yourself science. These are slightly different approaches. For instance, do-it-yourself is when citizens also build the instrument and the tools to collect the data. But they are all based on the same general principles that citizens are at the heart of the activity and of the data collection. So I will give you just 3 examples of such projects to give you an idea of where this kind of projects can go. So the first one is SafeCast. This is now an NGO that was created after the big earthquake in Japan in 2011, and especially after the Fukushima explosions, where, of course, everybody wanted to know the level of radiations in their own house, in their own streets, while the data from the government were not that fine-grained. So basically they thought, okay, let's build a Geiger counter to counter radiation and let's give them to the people. So in the time of a month, they had the first prototype of this open source Geiger detector. And since then, that moment up to now, they provide the more detailed and precise map of radiation level in Japan. And their data, their operation has been recognized by authorities and by the scientific community as well. They've been invited to present their data at the International Atomic Agency conference. Second example, what am I doing here? The second, yeah. Okay, Fold It. Fold It is a different way to involve citizens. It's a game where you can fold in the three-dimensional space proteins. And remember that the folding of the protein is very important because it basically determines the function of the protein. And scientists have been studying the structure of the protein that underlies the HIV enzyme for 15 years without any result, till they decided to use this game. And they gave the problem to the gamers, 230,000 gamers. And guess what? I mean, for the problems that took 15 years to scientists not to be solved, how long did it take to citizens? 10 days. So in 10 days, they solved something that the scientists could not. And these were kids, kids playing a game. And in the publication of Nature that followed the discovery, there are 51,000 Fold-it gamers that are recognized, and they are credited with coming up with a structure that outforms anything that could be done with computers. So third example is the humanitarian OpenStreetMap team. Every time you have a natural disaster, having very detailed and up-to-date maps of the region where the disaster happened is very important. And this is what this team does. Every time anything happens anywhere, they rally a big network of volunteers that go on the web, go online, and basically analyze the images coming from satellite of the specific area. Maybe they do, they look at the images before the event, after the event, and very patiently track buildings and infrastructures, and they spot schools, they spot broken bridges or damaged buildings. Let's see, these are just three, and by the way, this HOT is not only used for disaster relief, but they have also been, the volunteers have been asked to map population as well in different areas, because this kind of mapping is very important everywhere, anywhere there is a disaster, but especially in the more poor and vulnerable areas. Those areas often are not even in the map. So the information that this volunteer provides is the only one existing. So 3 examples. I could go on and give you, hundreds more, honestly, in many different fields. But my point was data generated by citizens not only can be used to fill the gaps in science, but they also provide substance to make informed decisions, to encourage self-determinations of people and community, and of course to support monitoring and accountability in the context of the SDGs.
Thank you very much, Rosie. This is really a sort of new dimension, I think, for many of us to bring in the role of citizens in data collection. And I was struck by your last point also, how the crowdsourcing of data collection can also help to reach the most vulnerable populations, right? As Barbara was mentioning, how can data help us to reach people who are left behind? I think you gave a very concrete example of how that can be done. Afterwards, we can have, obviously, a conversation. I'd have questions on, on the validation of this data, et cetera. Is that being challenged because it is collected by citizens or not? Or the fact that you're working also with scientists, does that give credibility to the data? Maybe we can address those questions later. I would now like to give the floor to John from the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. John.
Thank you. It is wonderful to see HOT up there. We helped create it, a number of us. Clicker would be great. Thank you. In the process of creating this, it really is important to realize that because reality is changing so fast, and because cities are changing so fast, the data that we're collecting really describe a dynamic reality, and it has to be constantly updated. What I'm trying to do is to go through really quickly a practical approach and give a couple examples of how open data is critical for building out our understanding of not only monitoring the SDGs, but achieving them. First is just defining open data. Ultimately, data is open when 2 things are true. 1, it has to be legally open. The license on the data has to be set so that you can redistribute it. There are a number of different ways of doing this, but that legal element is one that's often missed. And secondly, it has to be technically open. The format has to be something that is human readable and machine readable. We can begin to use it in multiple ways. It's not on a proprietary format that makes it difficult. Why does this really matter? We have a resolution problem in our data. Many of us are only looking at data sets that come from national level collections, census data. Maybe we get down to admin 1, maybe admin 2. But at what level of resolution is it necessary to make decisions? And that's really the key element of both the open data collection from the crowdsourced as well as getting government data released out for use within the SDG context. Even if we have really high resolution data for one data set, if it's now being combined with other data sets that are really coarse, it still leads to a decision that's coarse. This is where the rubber hits the road with decision makers. If we don't have the data to be able to describe the local reality, they will rely on the trusted people around them to provide insight. That difference between what our data can do and what relationships enable is where a lot of the politics on the data come into play. We also have the challenge of understanding much of the indicators that we've created are around monitoring. How many of them are really around helping us achieve the goals? How many of them are set up so that are we looking for proxies to understand what is happening, or are we building data sets that enable decisions that lead to investments, change, and action? And there are different ways to begin discerning those. I want to go through a couple of them. The first example is disaster risk management. If we have a hazard, if we have an area that's earthquake prone, we need to know a bit about the exposure, a lot about the exposure of the assets in that area. Some of those assets will react very differently depending on the strength of that earthquake. That's their vulnerability. And then only then can we really have enough data to begin to understand what impact would a disaster have, what impact would that earthquake have, and how do we engage in making that risk less uncertain for investors, particularly in insurance, reinsurance, if we're going to be doing investments from multinational institutions into reducing that risk. To get there, this is where Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team and the OpenStreetMap method have come into play. We changed the process a bit. What we did is we started doing structured data collections around a specific model that enables us to get to information about the buildings that can help us explain that exposure and increase that resolution so that we would have enough information to work with. This is usually done through field, either with digital data collection, or more and more we're seeing the ability to use paper with scanning and cell phones, pictures of the paper back into systems that allow us to trace it. Ultimately, this goes into OpenStreetMap in some ways. We're collecting the data that's public and open, and any data that we collect which is about a household, which is about something that has personal information, is put into a separate database. We also, in a second area, have a problem. The government has many, or governments tend to have many data sets which are hard to release. They're frozen. Often getting ministries to release them is a matter of dealing with the inter-ministry rivalries. B&B becomes a really critical problem for us. We need to know baselines and boundaries. What are the baseline data sets around demographics, around health, that we can begin to use, and how do we get those inside of boundary sets that enable us to get to higher resolution analyses? And national level is not good enough. Admin 1 is often not good enough. We need to be able to target investments. We see this in spatial data platforms which have begun to emerge, where we see open data portals, the ability to put these data sets into one place where we can share it among multiple agencies. Oftentimes this is in the form where we can download it in many different data formats, and the license is right on the page. So you know exactly what the provenance of the data is, the license of the data is, and you can choose the format that you need. Missing Maps pulls all this together. Missing Maps is designed to map the most vulnerable, to look for places where commercial mapping has not led to an understanding of who lives there, and we begin to build up a process for we're mobilizing the private sector to remote map, trace satellite imagery to put building footprints and roads onto OpenStreetMap, and then work with the communities themselves to begin mapping those areas and telling us what's the land use, is that the clinic, what is the name of that road, and then the third step, how we as a humanitarian organization can begin using that data to target our investments and target our programs. One of them, measles, we have to reach a 95% number. If we're going to eliminate measles in an area, we have to reach 95% of children. That requires us to trace and then mobilize people on the ground to map, and then we can do our intervention. In Malawi, the best that we had in terms of population estimates was actually not that bad by standards. We had pretty good information, but still not good enough for us to target where do we send our volunteers, which specific places, and how do we mobilize those volunteers to get there. We work with Facebook to develop a program to take their disaster maps data and look at check-ins and begin to get a much higher resolution population map, which enable us to begin taking this, which is exactly the same map as that. Now we know where to begin to go and begin to target our volunteers, but we can also overlay the OpenStreetMap data. And this tells us specifically how do we begin to understand which buildings do we check off from those volunteers. The key here, I think, in terms of building out this local context, it requires local knowledge, it requires high resolution information to make change. And I think we also are going to have to learn more and more on our data literacy. If we want to use these data sets, if we want to turn this into programs that turn into decisions, we're going to have to learn, like a musician that wants to join a choir, we have to learn to sing, and we have to be able to learn to use these data sets in our decisions, else we won't know it's out of tune. We won't know it's inaccurate.
Beautiful. I love the metaphor at the end. Thank you very much, John. Great presentation too. I think there are new elements you brought in complementing also previous speakers. But you know, you really focused on data for achieving the SDGs, not only for monitoring the SDGs. I think those are two dimensions of that we really need to have clear on our radar, because sometimes the conversation is a bit kind of mixed in that regard. You also mentioned the importance of trust, right, in who's collecting the data and how that sort of partnership evolves over time to make sure that the data makes it through to actually policy making decisions, because that's inherently what data should be used for. And then also stressing the importance of data literacy. Indeed, as Barbara was saying in her remarks, you know, modern goals require modern data collection, but also modern literacy, I guess, or a new way of understanding data. And that's a huge challenge that we all have. Thank you very much to all the speakers. I found it very, very inspiring, and I hope it has inspired you in the room too. The room has slowly filled up also, and I see faces from many different stakeholders, including member states represented here, NGOs, people also collecting data at country level. I see colleagues from Nigeria, from Tanzania. So although the group is small, there's a diversity of stakeholders in the room, which I think is great and gives us a good opportunity to have I'm sure, great conversation in the next 20 minutes. So I'd like to give the floor to all of you, the audience, to ask questions to the speakers first. And it's okay if it's a bit of a random conversation today. I think the aim is not to solve the data equation in this session, but really to be the start of a dialogue. So I'd like to open the floor, and please, those who are actually active at the country level on these matters, to please do share with us your experiences and your challenges. That would be great. Not to say that the others shouldn't speak, but I'm in particular encouraging those voices, because it's not often that we have you here in Geneva. The floor's open for whoever would like to ask a question to the speakers or make any general comments. Yes, and if you could just identify yourself when you take the floor, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you for the floor. I'm Barnabé Lucas from Brazil, and I'm here by the CGI Youth Program. In Brazil, I participate in the observatory, the SDG Observatory, so we can do a work of monitoring and collecting data at a local level. And basically, my questions are: how can we ensure data's quality, especially in developing countries that have big challenges in collecting data? In the case of FlowMind and HeadCross, you guys are already collecting data in these countries. So in this case, I'd like to know which are the main difficulties you have to do this. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take maybe a few more questions first. Yes, please.
Yes, hello, my name is Rita. I'm Open Data Hong Kong. And I would like to ask the panel about what you see as the biggest hindrance at the moment in getting access to data. Is it like structural difficulties or political difficulties or technical difficulties? Because it seems there is a lot of data, but somehow relating to the SDGs, there's also many cases where we don't collect data in the first place. And this does not only this not only true for emerging economies, but also for rich countries. Like in Hong Kong, for instance, if you want to have reliable data on climate change factors, sometimes the data is not even collected. So what do you think? How do we get there to get more consistent data sets across all countries that work on SDGs? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I'll take a third one before I bounce it back to the panel, if there's interest from the audience. If there's not, I'll give you a chance to think about what you may want to bring up with the panel afterwards. So two critical questions. One on the quality of data. So how do you ensure the quality of data, if you can, or what are the ways we can mitigate the risks of losing quality of data? And secondly, what are the hurdles to accessing data which we may know we need, but we can't access, or we may not even realize that we need. So the notion of accessing data and the challenges in that regard. So two important questions. Who from the panel would like to take a first go at answering those two key questions? John, you have the floor.
Let me take the data quality problem. Many of the issues that emerge in data quality in the data collection process emerge as a result of not having enough feedback loops. If you're going to be working with a community, as we have with OpenStreetMap and the collections processes around community mapping, it's rare that the community or the people that you train get it right on the first time. There's a process of beginning this understanding of what it is that you're trying to collect, why is it you're collecting it, and then beginning this training process and beginning to build up the quality. Those feedback loops continue to go higher and higher up the chain. The ability to be able to look at a data set, understand its provenance, understand how it was put together, make corrections to it, add to it. It's not something that we've, I think, done enough. We've seen areas where it's been true, but more often than not, it's official data sets released as if they are the truth, or this is the truth in a snapshot in time. We need to be able to correct them and keep them dynamic so the data sets are continually evolving. And that QA process is something where, or the quality assurance process is something that is evolving as a set of techniques, but it really requires having the data open and editable.
Thanks, John. Very helpful. Barbara, I think you wanted to react, and then Rosie, I'll give you the floor. Barbara, you wanted to react to the access question. Rosie, did you want to talk to the first question on quality?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll have Rosie first on quality and then Barbara on access.
Adding a little bit more, because of course in citizen science this is one of the first questions that you always get. And it really depends from a lot of factors from the projects, but it's true in general you shouldn't trust the data that the citizen gives you, so you should have many different ways to make sure that those are quality data. And there are papers, however, that study as a result, the conclusion is yes. I mean, citizens can provide the same quality of data that scientists that would do the same operation, basically. And the methodology go from statistical ways of, for instance, when it's analysis of images, giving the same image to 20 people or to 50 people, just to make sure that you have a nice distribution for the for the correct answer. But you have many other ones. You have the importance of training. You can compare, data provided by the citizens with data provided by professionals and kind of calibrate. You can build a reputation system for the citizens. So, with experience and with participating to this kind of projects, they build up a reputation of being serious contributors, so you kind of trust their contribution more than others. So there are many, many different ways that you can actually make sure that the data are quality data.
Thank you very much. The notion of trust keeps coming back also. Linus, you wanted to take, Barbara on access, and then Linus, and then I'll open the floor for a last round of questions because we have another 5 minutes left. Barbara?
Great, thank you. Yes, just to quickly react to the access question, I think there are, when it comes to new forms of data and big data, there are three main obstacles. First is that even if you have access, data sets might be very, very messy, and it might be very difficult to conduct analysis, and I think this is one of the things that at least, because it is perceived as very complex, and that is also already an obstacle to already start thinking about it. The second is that most of the big data is in the hands of companies, it's in the hands of private sectors, and negotiating partnerships that are productive and sustainable might be very difficult, although there are more and more partnerships like that happening. And the last one, I think most importantly, there needs to be a capacity and awareness and resources on those who collect the data. Awareness mainly about what kind of data is available, how can it be used. So, there is not just a need for training to those who collect data, but also those who those decision makers who need to think about how to integrate new data in their strategies.
Thanks, Barbara. I'll give the floor to Linus to react, and then to Katarina, moderator, online moderator. I think there are questions coming from outside audience. Linus.
Sure. Yeah. Maybe linking these things a bit. I think one major data is not just one thing. It's a lot of different things, and there are certain. Looking at the satellite picture and seeing if there's a house there or not, and answering that question, that's something that's perfectly suited for whoever. But there are, of course, more complicated procedures, and so we need to have a procedure that is adjusted to the type of data. And one reason that people don't share the data is also that they are afraid that other people will think that their data has too low quality. And I think this citizen link can be, and scientists as citizens could be a great thing, that there could be a more of a voluntary peer review system. Just as we have peer review of scientific journals, we could have peer review of data sets, and what people submit could be rated by the experts, and it speaks to the feedback loop that John was talking about. I think these two can actually be linked together in a nice system.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your remarks. Katarina, any questions? I think there are, right? Could you?
Yeah, so we have one very good question from Nigeria, from the Abuja Hub. Question concerns data privacy. So I'm just going to read it. On the road to globalization enhanced by the internet, data sharing plays a critical role, with more and more territories trying to control the flow of data in and out of their regions. What is the panel's view on emerging data privacy laws and its impact on the SDGs?
Thank you very much. So the whole question related to the privacy of data. Panel, reactions to this critical question. I think we really have the main questions coming out: quality, access, privacy. Can I have some reactions on the privacy dimension? Anyone would like to react to that? Yes, Barbara.
Yes, I think, well, as I already mentioned in my opening kind of presentation, I think privacy is a very, very important thing to look at, especially if you collect more and more disaggregated data, because this data can be used against you as well as for you. So in that sense, I think emerging privacy regulations might be a very needed step to ensure that at least this data is collected responsibly. Of course, it puts some certain limitations on access and use and sharing of data, but I think it is important to keep in mind that this needs to be done responsibly. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And specifically, as we underscored also the notion of trust, right, between also the emerging companies that are collecting data and the opportunities that those represent, but at the same time that if they're not trusted, the data will be challenged and not used. Yes, there was another. First of all, are there any other panelists that want to take the floor on the privacy issue? Otherwise, I'll hear from the audience. No request for the floor? Okay, 1, 2, 3, and then I'll close 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you. Please introduce yourself when you answer.
Hello, this is Yao Yue from China. Actually, I want to give some comments about the privacy issue. Actually, the private sector in China is building some trade markets of the data markets for trade. So the first thing for the markets to do is actually to check if the data flow in to that market is concerned about privacy issues. So and also they have a procedure of washing that data about the privacy. For example, if you need the data about the market analyze, so the data provided from this market will not contain the names or the mobile numbers, just some related issues to the market analysis. So I think this is a kind of practice for the privacy protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment on the privacy question. As I said, I'll take those 3 questions here and then give a round for the speakers, and then we'll close. Yes.
Hi, I'm Helena. I'm a medical student from Australia and an ISOC youth at
IGF fellow. I'm extremely interested in humanitarian aid and disaster relief, and whilst the use of crowdsourcing data collection from digital devices is a really useful strategy, my question is, in areas or populations and regions where they have limited access or connectivity to the internet, what do you propose is the best strategy to collect this quality data in a timely and efficient manner?
Linus, I think I'll give you the opportunity to answer to that question. Does that make sense? Linus, please,
Sure.
and then I'll take the other two questions.
How to answer it very briefly is a problem. We work mostly on mobile operator data. These towers and networks, they're relatively robust against physical influence, but there are, of course, such problems. They're resilient in the way that if a tower goes down, the other tower takes over, and so there's this inbuilt resilience in the data that we're using. But it's, I mean, if it's a completely devastating disaster, this is a huge problem. Like we can't use the data, and so some things we need new innovations for.
John, maybe from the IFRC, you may have some inputs on the humanitarian setting challenge.
So 3 things. Working beyond connectivity has its own challenges, and it's worthy of probably a deeper conversation. But let me just put out 3 things in terms of techniques that we tend to use. One is use paper, but use paper with QR codes and other things that allow us to take a picture of it and understand what it is that we're collecting. We use this with technology called field papers, which enables us to take the map offline. We were able to write on it, do things that are normal paper, and then begin to bring it back online through a cell phone picture. Second, take the tools offline. Oftentimes we use something called a portable OpenStreetMap server, where we take a portion of OpenStreetMap, bring it offline, and then be able to work in a Wi-Fi network that's not connected to the internet, which is actually a very useful set of tools. And third is bring other data collection tools that enable us to work on and offline. Usually requires some kind of technology that solves the synchronization problem with a very dynamic global database and a very quick changing local database. There's a technical problem there that's difficult, but is almost solved.
Thank you very much, John. Last questions, the gentleman here, and then our Danish colleague.
Hi, my name is Emir. I'm from Peta Bencana. I'm just adding things about the privacy issues. I think yesterday there was a panel about data protections in humanitarian actions, and actually they have a handbook on data protections in humanitarian actions that's including about privacy issues as well. And yeah, just like a safeguard how to protect the data, privacy and sensitive data. But the problem actually is more about how to localize that handbook into real world. That's kind of a bit difficult. But yeah, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Yes, the last question to the panel.
Yes, so my name is Catherine Block. I'm from the Danish Institute for Human Rights, and as you may know, the Danish Institute for Human Rights has been working on linking human rights and the SDGs, and also working on how to support follow-up and review and means of implementation of the SDGs from a human rights angle as well. So we're adding to that database also data on universal periodic review of member states and how they're meeting human rights standards, but also in that sense also certain elements of the SDGs. Now my question is more to kind of how this data can be connected to and linked to national statistical agencies and also support in getting governments to improve their measures around implementing the SDGs. So how the data that you're providing is actually something that can contribute to highlighting to governments the need to implement additional policy measures, provide additional protections, etc.
Okay, I think that's a huge question, right? We could spend a whole day on that, on how data actually lands into policy making and bridging that gap. Huge question. Speakers, do you want to give a small answer to a huge question or just a few elements of response? And then I think I won't open that great question, but it's a Pandora's box. I think it's quick reactions from the panel, and then I'll close.
I think for us, it's the most important collaboration partner. we work with, for example, the Afghan Statistical Bureau and the Ghana Statistical Services. But it's very much early work it's early work in how to do these collaborations in the best way. Right now, we're doing most of the work, and how to choose what parts of the work can be done by them and what should be done by us, and that's under development. We'll see where we get. I don't think, we want statistical agencies to use computers, but they don't need to be able to build computers. But certain things in this new data space they should be able to do, and what is cost efficient and what is not cost efficient and so on. That's under development.
Rosie, you want to react? Rosie?
Yes, I think it's great to change policies at the global level, and there are a lot of people working on that. If citizen science can have a role, is mainly to change policies at the local level. Really start small, because the kind of data that citizens can collect can really have an influence at the local level, local administration, community level, to change habits and to basically lobby for change, starting small, and then eventually you can get bigger.
John, and then Barbara, and then concluding remarks.
I'll probably put out a more radical quote. Now, there's one from Buckminster Fuller. You never change the existing system by fighting it. You change it by making it obsolete. In some sense, the data that we're putting together in the data regimes is actually competing with NSOs. And those national statistical offices are making some changes based on that. And I think the adaptation that they're doing is really important. I'm not saying we'll make NSOs obsolete. They have an important, vital role to play, but I think the process of bringing adaptation and change requires a little bit of friction.
Barbara. Thanks, John. Barbara.
Thank you. Yes, the statistical offices actually are already, some of them are very aware of the opportunities of big data or new forms of data, and there's even a conference or working groups at the UN level around this. But in general, we see that there's quite some reluctance from statistical offices to really get started with big data because of, on the one hand, quality concerns. They have very, very strict guidelines of what statistics should be like. But also continuity. How do we know that in 10 years we can still measure the same things with these kind of data sets, or from one year to another, how do these indicators change, and can you actually compare across time? So I think that's also an important challenge. But in the end, I think, and that's for big data, I think in all kinds of ways, in however you use it, you always need to check it with other statistics or other sources of data to really have it. It can be a good source of data by itself, but I think it can also be important to check biases and check existing information and complement things that we're already collecting and complement ways in which we already monitor things. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Thank you very much to the entire panel and for this conversation, which I'm sure you all enjoyed, but are probably just as frustrated as I am, because we'd want to spend the whole day on this. But as I said, this is really just the beginning of a conversation. I think the panelists really brought an energized approach to the opportunities of data. And then in the conversation, I think we really looked at the challenges, but it's really striking that balance between those opportunities, but also tackling those hurdles, such as the quality of data, the access to data, the privacy of data, and then making sure that data is actually used. And I don't think it's in an hour session that we can find solutions to that, but I do think, however, that a conversation with all the different stakeholders is where we want to go. It's certainly one of the pillars of the work of the SDG Lab, is to tackle these very complex issues with all the different stakeholders that have a piece of that puzzle. And it's particularly important in the framework of the SDGs to make sure that we look at all the problem through all its different lenses to find solutions together. I think also we need more good practices to show where private and public can work together hand in hand on these challenges and building that trust so that the right data is accessed but actually also used. I think we need many more of those good practices, and this is also part of our work at the lab, is to amplify those good stories to show that there is a way forward in this complex equation. So I'd like to thank you all for your presence. Thank all the speakers also, and wish you hopefully a happy holiday and a restful holiday for you all, and a lovely stay in Geneva. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, if we can have a seat and start our session. Welcome to Indonesian Forum. My name is Muhammad, Minister Counselor for Economic Affairs at the Permanent Mission of the Republic of Indonesia in Geneva. I am here to navigate the sessions as a moderator for the Open Forum. And it is always puzzling to have the meeting at the end of the IGF annual meeting because we may lose many audience. They already have left the conference. The forum is organized by Ministry of Communication and Information Technology of the Republic of Indonesia in collaboration with the IGF Indonesia, IGF Geneva 2017, and Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. The theme of today's forum is harnessing digital economy opportunities by supporting SMEs in information technology adoption. And I think we all agree that digital economy is an important trend in current global economy. As UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres stated in UNCTAD World Investment Report 2017, and I quote, "A key challenge for policymakers in today's global economy is digital development. Digital economy is having major impact on global pattern of investment," end quote. I think we also have had a deep discussion on this issue in the recent G20 meeting in Germany and APEC meeting in Vietnam. I think by the time I'm speaking, hundreds, if not thousands, SMEs, small and medium enterprise, what we're also familiar with in the name, in different names, micro and small medium enterprise around the globe are dying and shut down their businesses because of the inability to adapt or adjust themselves with the current massive and rapid development in digital age. But in contrary, what exciting too is that hundreds or thousands of SMEs also may be growing stronger and stronger and promising because of the ability to develop and utilize ICT in this digital age to support the development or the expansion of their businesses. Here the figures and the numbers. 3/4 of the population in most developed and emerging economies use the internet, and the penetration rate is approaching 50% across the developing countries. And also, digital economies grow in part of people's economic life, where up to third people now shop online in the developed countries and emerging economies. Digital tools also are increasingly used by government to interact with their own citizens to deliver services. According to the UN E-Government Development Index, 90 countries now offer one or more one-stop portal for public information or online services, and 800 countries have provided at least one form of online transactional services. And the internet industry contributes almost 4 percentage points to the GDP in the largest economies. Thus, the 70% generate the global GDP. But our forum today probably would address 3 questions. What are the programs and initiatives and policy of multi-stakeholders to improve the country's economy based on well-adapted IT by SMEs? How to develop national digital ecosystem that enabling SMEs to have proper position and bargaining power with the global player or multinational corporation? And lastly, which policies should be prioritized to harness the adoption of ICT by SMEs? We have 4 panels, and allow me to briefly introduce them. On my right, I think Dr. Fang Xingdong, Dean of International Internet Institute and Cheng Kung School of Journalism and Communication at Shantou University. And then Mr. Doni Budi Utomo, expert to the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, Republic of Indonesia. On my left, Dr. Kurbalia, Director of Diplo Foundation and head of the Geneva Internet Platform. He is the leading figure in the ecosystem of Internet. And Dr. Nivaldo Cleto, advisor to the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. And also Ms. Yang Yang, Deputy Director of International Cooperation Bureau of the Cyber Administration of the People's Republic of China. For the guidelines, we have, I think, each of the panel to have 5 minutes speaking time. So let's start with Dr. Jovan, and then followed by Ms. Yang Yang, because Ms. Yang Yang has to catch her flight 11:40. So I think, no, that's okay. Dr. Jovan start with the first session. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. I'll make sure that I stay within time limits, otherwise I will affect your travel schedule, and that's it's important. But it is a problem, Mohammed. Thank you for introducing it. It's a problem when I have to speak about Indonesia and to be limited only to 5 minutes. My Indonesian friends know that whenever I go to Jakarta, I criticize them for being too shy about their successes, and then I take sometimes the role of being a noisy ambassador of Indonesia, not paid, informal, not accredited. And the reason why I'm particularly keen to promote what Indonesia is doing is that is based now even statistically in the latest reports of Ipsos and World Economic Forum. And I particularly advise you to consult the Ipsos report on the trust in modern economy, question of trust and cybersecurity, where basically Indonesian government is the most trusted government worldwide by its citizens, obviously, when it comes to digital policy. And now the latest WEF report reiterated the same question. Therefore, we have something which is crucial for building ecosystem and for building economy is trust in policy, government, and rules. And without that trust, the whole system is much weaker, and in particular for SMEs to engage and to develop very fast. This is one problem that we faced in the developing of the ecosystem, and I would encourage our panelists from Indonesia to tell us what is the secret in building trust, because these days we naively think that trust be built with a few tricks, and you have so many sessions how to build the trust, and I'm always very, very skeptical about these sessions because it takes time, it takes genuine efforts, and there are no management tricks to build the trust. Trust has to be built in genuine way through the process, through engagement, through enormous empathy, and through the developing proper societal and cultural context. Therefore, be careful whenever you see the session on building trust. I'm always cautious. But in the same time, if somebody can speak about trust building, is definitely Indonesia in digital matters. Therefore, please tell us more about it. Second point from the questions that were raised and posed here are related to yesterday's judgment of the European Court of Justice. European Court of Justice, as you know, yesterday ruled that Uber is not an information company, but Uber is a transport company. This is going to be the major earthquake in the digital economy, because all business model of the Uber and related companies based on information has to be changed. Uber basically will have to follow the rules which exist for taxi or bus and other companies. What does it mean in concrete case? That European Union is trying to, in a way, curb the enormous power that these big monopolies have. And this is one of the questions, how to create more space for SMEs. Therefore, policy matters. Policy matters in different ways. Cybersecurity, for example, can affect SMEs a lot. If the requirements for cybersecurity rise, big companies like Facebook, like Google, can buffer those requests, but not the small companies, especially very small companies. This is the first point. Data protection. And this is very often criticism, and I hope that European Union will apply it with some sort of wisdom, this new GDPR, which will be introduced, general data protection rules on 25th of May. It's another earthquake which is coming in the digital ecosystem. And I hope that they will apply it to the major companies that monopolize data, not to small and medium companies, and in particular, not small and medium companies from developing countries. But if they don't do that, it will create a problem. Because again, Uber, Facebook and others can afford to have a big structure to protect their data and to follow the new regulation. Small companies will face the problem. Now, the question of sort of new policies is a double-edged sword, which can help SMEs, but it can also add the regulatory requirements. Therefore, we have to handle it with care, and I think public policy institutions, governments, and other players, international organizations, should deal with these issues carefully. Otherwise, we may end with having more monopolies and stronger monopolies now triggered by new policies, whether it is in cyber policy, data protection, and any other field. Therefore, that would be some sort of general mapping of developments in the ecosystem triggered by yesterday's decision and the growing role of courts. Courts are becoming, well, I found, we wrote in this newsletter this morning, which you can get, we're discussing for 4 days 200 workshops, internet governance. And then European Court of Justice made a decision yesterday, which is the direct rule making. Therefore, this should be kept in mind, that courts are becoming de facto rulers of internet governance all over the world. Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you. I think Ms. Yang Yang can have the floor.
Well, firstly, I'm so sorry because my schedule and to interrupt your speech. I'm so sorry. And then, well, thank you very much to invite me here to share some information with you all. Well, as a government official, I want to here to briefly introduce the development plan and achievements of a digital economy in China. Well, as you know, digital economy has become a most innovative and inclusive field in China with the most rapid development. Well, the Chinese government places high value on digital economy, and China is vigorously implementing the raft strategies for IT application, big data, and the Internet Plus Action Plan. And efforts have been accelerated and enhanced to build digital China with a focus on innovative development. A series of tasks are employed in a plan. So I just have 3 minutes to introduce about the tasks, including to build an ecosystem for modern information technologies and industries, a ubiquitous system for advanced information infrastructure, a unified and open big data system, an information economy system of integration and innovation, an inclusive and convenient information system that benefits the people, an improved cyberspace governance system, and an enhanced cybersecurity system. The plan serves as the guide for the development of a digital economy in China from 2016 to 2020. So in recent years, new businesses and new models of a digital economy, such as online shopping, mobile payment, and sharing economy, are becoming in China. In fact, the robust growth of China's digital economy reached more than $3 trillion in 2016. And let us look at the achievements from the following aspects. First, internet infrastructure is increasingly popularized. As of July 2017, China has the largest number of mobile subscribers, totaling 1.37 billion, of which 910 million are 4G users. And aside from more than 5 million websites in China, the internet has integrated into the economic and social development and China's everyday life. Second, the scale of information industry continues to take the lead. In 2016, revenue of China's large-scale electronics and information manufacturing industry reached about $2 trillion, and that of software and information service industry reached 4.9 trillion yuan. The supply of information products continues to improve with the output of mobile phones, computers, and televisions remaining the highest in the world. Third, The e-commerce enjoys rapid development. In 2016, the transaction volume of e-commerce in China reached about $4 trillion, with online retail accounting for more than $1 trillion. The penetration rate of mobile payment and electronic payment ranks top in the world. Fourth, the pace of digital transformation in manufacturing industry is quickening up. The manufacturing industry is becoming more digitalized, networked, and intelligent. A number of smart factory and digital workshops have been built, and a set of reliable models for smart manufacturing are explored and established. Fifth, Internet enterprises flourish. In the second quarter of this year, the total market value of China's listed Internet enterprises reached more than $1.2 trillion. And among the world's top 30 most valuable Internet companies, 9 are Chinese companies. 6. International cooperation continues to enhance. As the chair of the G20 in 2016, China put forward digital economy high on the agenda for the first time. And the G20 Digital Economy Development and Cooperation Initiative was adopted at the Hangzhou Summit. In December 2017, during the fourth World Internet Conference, China and several other countries co-launched the Belt and Road Digital Economy International Cooperation Initiative, which aims to promote cooperation and communication so that the fruits of a digital economy can benefit more people. And I'm sorry for my limited time, but I have brought some the output of our fourth WIC about the best practice we just collected, and if you want, I have given it to the organizer of this one, so you can get someone. And if you have any questions or some want to have some communication, and please give me the email or some other information, and I'm glad to communicate more with you. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yang Yang. This is the interesting part of the discussion, because we have China and then Brazil and Indonesia that will showcase how the progress they made in terms of digital economy and digital penetration. Now we turn to Dr. Nivaldo Cleto to present his view on this. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. In Brazil, we have a unique reality in which over 4,000 small and medium ISPs compete directly with international telecom companies. Within CGI.br, the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, we have developed several initiatives that we believe are helping SMEs grow and become more competitive. We offer qualification at no cost for ISPs to migrate to IPv6 so that they can stop relying on legacy systems and become future-proof. Brazil is currently the leader in IPv6 adopting in Latin America. CGI also provides free training regarding accessibility on the web, both to promote inclusion and to reach untapped markets aiming for SMEs, to become popular with a customer base that many major companies do not invest resources on. We host regular courses with free or reduced costs for security specialists in order to help smaller business keep up with the latest threats and their prevention techniques, make them and their customers safer on the Internet. I am personally very involved with ransomware protection activities in Brazil, and I am a member of the ICANN business constituency. As far as ransomware goes, SMEs have notably poor backup procedures and do not know or cannot deal with that kind of threat. So, I promote talks in which I make them conscious of this incredibly damaging threat to businesses and teach them about ways to prevent and deal with ransomware. In its particular aspect, CGI as an extraterritorial department aiming at protecting system networks, called CERT-BR. It assists SMEs to protect their commercial procedures and keep these procedures secure. As for the business constituency, for quite some time I was its only Brazilian member, and overall one of 2 Latin American members. By doing direct outreach on technology events, we have managed to bring in 2 new members just this past quarter, with more to come. So, as you can see, there is a lot that can be done, and we do all of that with .br resource, NIC.br, a non-profit civil entity that uses all its money for the benefit of the Internet in Brazil. I represent SMEs at CGI, and speaking from my experience, I know that I must play the role of standing up and of having to voice unpopular opinions. I am fine with that, as all of SMEs should be, because it's true that a lot of decisions are made with major companies in mind, while we are often left in the second plan. We actively have to find spaces within trade associations, class entities, alliance groups, and anywhere else private sector decisions are made. I don't mean that just for our individual sake, but rather as community. Sticking together is the only way for us to have the size and the strength to compete with the bigger companies. Security, a hot topic, particularly in developing countries, where we unfortunately have high indicators of malicious hacking. While an attack on a bigger company has quite negative effects, for our SMEs it can be business winning, because the bounce back is that much harder. Investing in cybersecurity may not show obvious results like other investments do, but that is the point. If you are safe, there are no incidents to handle and to report.
Thank you, Dr. Crichton. Now we turn to Dr. Fang and Mr. Doni. Giovanni, in his openings, talk about regulatory framework and then how do we build trust in the digital age. And I think it's quite in opposite with the sense of the market where trust is not really something there because of different calculation. So Dr. Fan will also talk about the competitiveness in China, monopoly in China with regard to digital economy. So it's a turn for Mr. Doni and Dr. Fan. Dr. Fan, the floor is yours.
大家好，很高兴参加今天的会议。我今天的题目叫“超级网络平台与中小企业的发展”。也就是说，这个少数的巨头和这些众多的小矮人，怎么样共同发展？这个和谐共舞。今天由我们陈教授帮我翻译一下。可以。
Good morning. It's my pleasure to share my opinion about the development about internet, especially the giant internet platform and the small medium enterprises, and the relationship between them, and how they make a compromise or be corrupt each other is kind of very wicked in China.
对，我主要是讲这个3点，就是第一点就是 中国数字经济发展的历史实际上就是一部中小企业的发展史。就在20年前，就中国的创业者创办一个10亿美金的公司就是最大的梦想，是吧？但是今天中国有了5000亿美金的这个互联网巨头。
In the past two decades, the development internet in the China can be seen as history of the small medium enterprises in China. In the past 20 decades, for most of Chinese company, if the market value can attain to $1 million, it has become a dream. But now there's two Chinese internet company already attain $500 billion of market value.
对，然后中国目前最大的优势就是我们拥有的一个10亿用户同时在线的一个单一市场，是吧？这是新技术、新应用最大的一个试验场，也是我们未来发展的一个中小企业发展的一个主战场。
Especially the advantage of the Chinese market because we all have the 1 million concurrent internet users based on the new technology applications and the new usage. So it has become an advantage of our internet market.
就是第二点就是说，随着超级网络平台的崛起，实际上很多这个公平竞争的这个格局在发生这个改变，因为这些巨头成为了事实上的数字经济的基础设施提供者。
Now the situation has changed because of the rise of the giant internet platforms in China, especially the Baidu, Alibaba, and Tencent. Now these three big companies has become the major players to provide internet infrastructures for the small medium enterprises.
所以主要的这个互联网新创的公司以及这个传统的这个中小企业，那基本上就是他们的营销也好、交易也好和云计算也好，都严重的依赖于这些巨头的这服务的提供。
And now the small and medium prices, including the new initiative and also the traditional companies, now they are closely related on the service and the structures provided by these three big giant internet platforms company.
那么目前来说，基本上是就这些巨头，就是他们在制定规则，然后执行规则。就说这个实际上存在着很多这个权力滥用的这个趋势。
Now they are the major player in the market, so they now are the policy maker and they decide the rules and people have to follow. So it has also caused some power abuse in the market.
所以从中国的这几年的发展趋势来看。我觉得接下来可能中国也好，全球也好，可能大家都会面临一个最大的问题，就是这些超级网络平台到底应该怎么治理，就怎么样发挥他们的这个积极作用，同时又怎么样能够防范他们的这个权利的滥用。
Now the problem is not only faced by China, but also has kind of a global problem. And now the major problem is that because of the how to do the governance of the this big internet platforms, and on one side we have to negotiate to each other to make this platform to be used collaboratively and effectively. But also in other ways we have to provide kind of governance to prevent these companies have kind of power abuse.
比如说这个目前很多滥用的这个一些迹象，比如说你在杭州，你很多商店。你只能用支付宝，不能用这个微信支付，啊，然后你作为一个平台，你在阿里巴巴这个平台上，你就不能去这个竞争对手的这个京东的这个平台上。
Now the power abuse can be reflected in some cases, especially on the online payment, especially in China. The case as Dr. Feng mentions about it's pick one of the two. If you use the WeChat online payment, that means you have to skip the WeChat online payment. So for in the most situation, the consumers only can pick one platform to do the online payment.
对，就是中国虽然这反垄断法已经有10年了，但是迄今为止就是没有在互联网里面有一期成功的反垄断的这个司法，所以这个法律在现在来说，它还是没有真正的这个发挥威力。
Although the anti-monopoly law has exists for 10 years, but now there is no effective enforcement in such cases. So the law, the enforcement is quite poor and very weak in China currently.
就是如果这些超级网络平台的这个治理不能形成一个很好的制度，那么我觉得中小企业的这个公平竞争也好，这个创新活力也好，以及他们的发展空间也好，我觉得都会受到越来越大的这个挑战。
If the governance of the internet platform cannot be effectively governed, it means that it could not provide a good environment for the small and medium enterprises for their to provide a kind of fair competition and also a native environment for they to develop in the near future.
我想这个问题不仅是中国，可能接下来可能这个全球的很多国家都会面临这个挑战，所以这个问题我觉得它是一个世界级的问题，需要大家一起共同探讨。谢谢大家。
Okay, the monopoly of the big giant, the giant internet platform, the situation not faced only in China but also kind of a global problem. So this problem should be negotiated from the kind of negotiated from the perspective of the global perspective. Should be negotiated from a kind of broader view. And this is my point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wang, for the presentations. So now, Mr. Doni.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, thank you to Mr. Kurbalija to keep promoting and telling the good news about Indonesia, and we do believe that when it comes from Mr. Kurbalija, this is not fake news. This is the real good news about Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, once the consulting firm McKinsey conduct research and analysis of 20 selected markets around the world, and they found a paradox in Indonesia. On the one hand, netizens in Indonesia are the most active on social media compared to other countries, and Indonesia also has a dynamic startup ecosystem. But on the other hand, Indonesia also faces challenges, at least in two aspects, regarding to the small medium enterprise, ICT infrastructures. The two aspects is one, the development of its telecommunication infrastructures, that as we know that Indonesia is archipelagic country with thousands islands and with so many challenges in the natural ecosystem aspect. And the second aspect is about the digitalization of its business sector, especially for the small and medium enterprise or SMEs. Since the first challenge about the infrastructures already discussed by our head of delegation, Mrs. Secretary General of MCIT, during the main session 2 days ago. And for this session, please allow me to deliver the second one. It's about the small medium enterprises and its challenges. Actually, there are 3.79 million of small medium enterprise in Indonesia that have taken advantage on the online platform in promoting or marketing its product. This amounts to around 8% of total numbers of small medium enterprise in Indonesia, which is total numbers of small medium enterprise in Indonesia is around 59.2 million small medium enterprise. Small medium enterprise also employ many domestically. The number of people working in SMEs has grown to 97.2% of the working population. 97.2% of the working population is work for the small and medium enterprise. SMEs in Indonesia also contributed around 60.3% of GDP. Therefore, Indonesia has target to growing at least total 8 million small medium enterprise in 2019. The challenge then exists in growing the number of small medium enterprise by encouraging them to adopt IT, information technology. The challenges are not only on how to increase the accessibility to go online, but also how to increase the capability of them. When talking about accessibility, of course, we should also recognize that the most of SMEs reside in rural or village areas with limited internet connection, as well as they lack digital literacy. On the capacity side, the key is on how to create products that can compete with foreign products that have flooded to the Indonesian marketplace. The fact is that the Chinese products make up no less than 90% of products that are sold or bought in the Indonesian marketplace. 90% comes from the Chinese product, 5% or 3% is from other countries, and the other 5% comes from the national products. It's only very few of national products being circulated in the marketplace in Indonesia. And that's why Indonesia tried to prioritizing the development of national product quality as well as human resource capacity. To address several issues about SMS and e-commerce in Indonesia, Indonesia actually have a roadmap. Our president last year just released the e-commerce roadmap with following 5 key points. One is about funding, the second is taxation, the third is about consumer protections, 4 is about education and human resources, 5 logistics, 6 communication infrastructures, 7 is about cybersecurity, and the 8 is about roadmap implementation management. And to strengthen the roadmap, actually the coordinating ministry for the economic affairs recently has formed 3 working groups. The 3 working groups include the trade ministry to focus on trade to cover export and imports. The second, the MCIT ministry, they focus on infrastructure for e-commerce, including developing an online platform and ICT. And the working group on payments that include the central bank and the finance ministry, who will focus on payment system and tax. And what about the potential of the online buyers in Indonesia? So before we try to deliver the potential of the players of the small medium enterprise go to a market to go to online. Now what about the online buyers in Indonesia? The potential user of online shopping in Indonesia can be calculated as following data. According to the last review survey by the Indonesian ISP associations, in 2016, there are 172.7 million internet users. If we consider e-commerce as a technological innovation, then we try to employ the numbers with the innovation diffusion theory of innovation diffusion, to understand how the new idea can be easily spread and adopted by society. According to this theory, if we target the segment of those who are in the early majority segment category, which is 32%, plus late majority segment, which is also 32%, then we will have a total target of potential online shopping customer is about 64% times 172.7 million, which is around 85 million people. 85 internet user in Indonesia is a potential numbers who will do online shopping. Interestingly, these calculated numbers is almost the same with the number of real online shoppers. According to the Indonesian ISP Association, based on their survey, we have 84.2 million people that already do the online shopping. But based on the survey, also, even the numbers of internet users who shop online are quite large, but the frequency of transaction remains small. Only 34.8% of online users have conduct transaction with little frequency, maximum only once a month, or maybe maybe once in 2 months. Why do they set it to shop online? Because lack of security, the perception of lack security, the perception of they don't know how to deal with some technical matters. There are some challenges that face in Indonesia, so hopefully we can have a fruitful discussion after this. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Pak Doni. We have heard all presentation by the panelists. Now I'd like to open question and answer sessions. To be exact, please state your name and organizations and to whom you pose the questions among the panelists. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Juan Wilches. I'm with the telecom regulator in Colombia. Looking at the numbers that you were presenting a while ago, we have some similarities. We are a developing country also. We have, out of 4 people, 1 of them doesn't have an internet connection, so they cannot purchase online. The other 3 have an internet connection, but only 1 of them is purchasing online. The other 2 are not doing any e-commerce transactions. And one of the main reasons that we found out in a report that we concluded this year is that the lack of trust of citizens on the online purchase is refraining them from getting there. I heard Jovan talk about the trust and how Indonesia has worked in trust within the country. So I wanted to know if there's anything in particular that could be an example from Indonesia about how government has promoted trust in the digital environment, both for SMEs and also citizens, so that probably we can take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Take other 2 before bounce back to the panelists. None? If it is the case, I personally like to pose my own questions, and I invite any panelists that may respond to this. I think the irony of the progress of the digital economy also means the potential expansion of automation, where you rendering all the jobs in economic sectors to robotic or to digitalizations, and you lost the job that probably really need by our people. So I think I quote here the report that published by OECD, PricewaterhouseCoopers reported that 30% of jobs in OECD countries are at risk due to automations. So is this really we do need for the digitalization of all sector of economies, or there is an option either to defend the right and the interest of our own people rather than the machine? I think it goes to Jovan, probably, if you want to first respond. I think the other also can respond to this. But let's get back to the first questions to Mr. Doni.
Thank you for the question. Yes, the Indonesian government actually noticed that among the internet users in Indonesia, the main challenges, I don't want to say it's a problem, but the main challenge is, of course, always trust, doing online shopping, lack of security aspect, something like that. So actually, the MCIT, we now try to do at least 2 measures, what we call it, the umbrella program. One is we, of course, try to promote using the mainstream media using the conventional media, using like we call it the public service announcements, using the televisions and radio. We now ongoing to develop and produce the promotion campaigns and material. So we'll put it on the televisions, in radio, in magazine, and is try to educate, try to advocate the peoples on how to what is the benefit of using the online shop, and how to minimize the negative impact. And during the preparation of the content for promotions, actually we divided into several what we call it the age. So for the younger, so the content will be like this. For the people with older than the others, they will with several content, different content. So it's very segmented and content delivered to the public through the mainstream media. But in the others way is we we call it a traditional performance. So in Indonesia there's thousands traditional performance, like using a puppet, puppet, and also any traditional drama. So when we went to the village or the rural, we didn't use the mainstream media. We don't use the like the way that you can see in the big city, but we're using the traditional media with the puppet, with the national traditional drama. And something like what we call it, something the funny performance, and when people enjoy the performance, and actually they will invite representative from the government, from the MCIT, to be in performance, and they will ask, what do you think about the online shopping? Is it safe? It is good for the people? Then they deliver the message using the way that maybe it can be an example for others countries as well. So that's the way that we try to ensure people can absorb so many information with their way.
Thank you, Mr. Gurney. Mr. Giovanni? Well, let me just add to this excellent story. I learned something new. But a few years ago, I was in Jakarta coming from Europe, where there were, unfortunately, tragic terrorist attacks, and I come from the one, I think from Brussels or Paris it was, and it was like a military zone, and I came to Jakarta, and unfortunately there was at that time terrorist attack in Jakarta. And well, I landed at the airport and went through the city, and some people warned me, don't go now, it's very dangerous. I said, no, I mean, coming from the regions where the danger is a part of the life. And then but what amazed me, there were no military forces on the streets like you had it in Paris. And then I heard one interesting anecdote, which is really unique, which so impressed me so much that I wrote blog post on that. That at the point of terrorist attack, basically minister called leading bloggers and social media people. He called them in the cafe and said, listen, you can write whatever you want. We have freedom of expression, but try to write it, try not to spread the fear. Try to find something which is normal. And apparently the most trendy tweet at that time was, especially among ladies, about some special forces guy who was standing on the corner on the street, and about his shoes, something like this, you know. And it was amazing how, first of all, you can do it with a common sense. You don't need to impose and say, okay, we will filter the access. You just gather the people, engage them, and call to their sense, well, nowadays not so common sense, but sense. That was very impressive. Probably those small things can make all difference. We always look for the grand policy, grand solution, but small things, especially coming from the high officials like ministers and the other high officials. Now, on your question on jobs, well, this is the major issue. There are some estimates from 30 to 50% of jobs that may be disappearing. It is a big issue because the so-called Schumpeter cycle where the jobs disappear and other reappear is not working anymore, because reappearance of the jobs is slower. In Europe, they're trying to introduce universal income, that people will get the money regardless the fact if they work or not, which is a big issue because job is an essential part of defining us as a human. It's not just a way of getting income. In developing countries, it will create new challenges, like latest closure of the Adidas factories, which moved their production in Germany to completely robotize the industry. Therefore, that approach of relatively based on cheap labor is now challenged by the robotization of the industry. Therefore, there will be, and this is one of the issues which is so-called known unknown. We know that something is coming, but we know very little how it is going to develop. Yeah. And ILO, as you know, Mohammed, you're based in Geneva, is using this issue as one of the tagline for their celebration of 100 years of the future of work, future of jobs.
Thank you, Dr. Gibran. Dr. Fang and Dr. Keto would like to respond to that too, on the issue of automations. What's happening in Brazil is really affecting the online market or offline market, actually, certainly.
Okay, Mr. Mohamed, we will speak in Portuguese, and then Mark will be make a traduction for English, okay? Em Brasil, nós temos sistema de confiança nos portais de venda de produtos pela internet, no e-commerce. Normalmente, as grandes empresas que vendem no mercado comércio eletrônico, eles têm uma segurança, DNS seguros, empresas que provêm a segurança do usuário para fazer a compra nesses portais. Nós temos uma legislação, nós temos um marco civil da internet que protege o usuário, nós temos leis de proteção do consumidor, então isso dá segurança para o usuário colocar um cartão de crédito, fazer a compra da internet. Está aumentando muito o número de pessoas que fazem a compra online. Nós tivemos agora um estouro de compras no último dia do Thanksgiving, né, do Black Friday, que foi um sucesso de vendas. Acho que vendeu mais que essa época do Natal. Então, a recomendação que nós damos, as próprias pequenas SMEs, elas utilizam essas ferramentas para proteger o portal contra os ataques e oferecer segurança para os consumidores. No Brasil, as pessoas têm credibilidade para utilizar as compras online por causa dessa segurança que as empresas contratam para fortalecer os consumidores na compra online. Por favor.
The key matter in Brazil is that a set of different approaches were implemented to create trust within the market. So there is not only a long-running tradition of relying on providers of security for websites of all kinds, of all sizes, but we also have a legal framework, the Marco Civil, which regulates how users interact on the internet. On top of that, several actions are carried out of conscientization of this need for security. So by investing within this sector, it has been created a culture that allowed internet commerce to grow. And particularly in this past Thanksgiving, during the Black Friday, we had a particularly expressive surge of e-commerce that rivals that of Christmas. And so it is something that has been certainly working. So our advice in terms of how to proceed is to very much invest in security, because that has been a very trustworthy path for Brazil.
Thank you, Dr. Clayton. Dr. Fang, if you would like also to respond to automation issue of digitalization.
这个我简单说一个观点，因为我觉得在随着数据经济的发展，只要我们能够保证开放、公平、活跃的竞争环境，我觉得这个总体的情况还是可以乐观的。就说这个大数据也好，人工智能也好，5G 也好等等，我觉得这些新技术带来的新型的工作机会，通过这个竞争的这个环境，我觉得它一定会超过被这些数字经济消灭的这个岗位。所以我觉得在像中国这样的情况，就是说我们有这么巨大的用户、巨大的市场，只要是这个超级平台的这个市场垄断和政府部门的这个行政垄断能够得到有效的这个制约，我觉得就是大家担心的问题应该不会出现。
I come from kind of more optimistic perspective view, because from the development of the digital economy, it provides a more open, aggressive opportunity in China. So especially in the big data and also the cloud computing, it's also in the same time. On one hand, it may reduce some job opportunity for some people, but in other way, it opened more and more opportunities for the for the potential people. So the critical points from my point of view is that it's and now the crucial problem is that the governance from the anti-monopoly, and also this be governance not only from the business sectors, but also included from the government's perspective.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Huang. I think if you don't have any more questions, then we have reached the end of the sessions. I actually invite all panelists to say their closing, but I think Dr. Jopan also is in rush to have another panel in a different venue, I think. So on behalf of the Ministry of Communication, Information and Technology, I'd like to thank all the panelists for their insight, interesting insight and meaningful contribution to the discussions, and also for the audience to participate in this meeting. Thank you very much. Jovan, we have a souvenir, I think, they would like to render to the panelists. Siapa yang masuk? Itu ada di... Oh, thank you for the link.
You have seen the book paper?
Paper?
Yes.
No.
I send it to you. I will send it to you.
I gave you my card, yes.
Yes. You distribute to Portuguese community in...
那个潘博士，他们有一些纪念品要送给你们参与的会，他们有一些纪念品要送给你们。
哦，是这个。
Thank you very much. Tony, thank you.
他这个。
Thank you very much.
那你下午是去干嘛？休息室是吧？好。
Dr. Wang?
Hey. Hey.
Would you like it?
Oh, thank you. Huh? Okay.
Foto.
Okay.
这个
Jovan is ready later.
走吧，走。
Please, take a photo.
Richie? Yeah. Dr. Wang?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Indonesia already host 2013.
你就带走吧。拜拜。我还没买车票，因为我想那个。直接到那边去买是吧？对，我到回镇再买。好，这个你2码完成了。我再把照片发给你。对你这个资料，你这个有吗？这个有啊。啊有好。好，那我就今天晚上走了。那我们就在那里吧，就在。我月底来，月底来。对。你什么时候回台湾？1月中我们学期就结束了。1月中。对。
我把照片发你。
啊好。
那我等一下就走。
就好。
Carmen, working at Mission Publique. Said the team.
Wow, how
Yeah.
much are you in your team?
You mean physically or
Yes.
in power? So in manpower we are 200 and physically we are 10.
10. Yeah.
Oh wow, it's not small.
No, it's okay. I mean, we used to be 6.
Okay.
4, 6, 10.
And then you compare to 10. So that's quite a lot.
You find it?
I mean, yeah, because of course, as an NGO, you need to have enough money to pay for 10 people, either part-time or full-time. It's not that easy.
No. But the thing. So we you know your company legally. So we work also half of the time for municipalities for tendering processes. So we do also public participation for regions, cities. And so
okay, so that helps because otherwise I wouldn't.
No, it's
not yet.
That's it. Yeah.
So how is it going? Did you ping Norberto again? Were you able to talk to him and to Facebook? Norberto, Facebook?
Not Norberto, but I talked with Flavia.
Okay.
And Andy McDonald. And were really interested, but they were saying, okay, why us? We are poor. So we asked for $1 million. I asked $1 million.
They are poor. Yes.
Yeah. So at some point in discussion, said, so how much is it? And they said 1 million. And they said, oh no, that's too much. But at the same time, they understood why it is this price, because at the beginning they had to understand that it's all face-to-face in all the countries and the logistic, so direct costs are this kind
simply
of
traveling is like.
And so, but they understood and they were saying their point, and I found they were really open. Said it's really interesting for us. But she was saying, but you have to be broader in the strategic partnerships, because we can stop with Google and Facebook, and we don't want that. So you have to get Chinese companies and Indian companies also on board of your strategic partnerships, and then it's a bit easier for us.
So they want you to get Chinese companies in the project.
They didn't say companies.
They say Chinese
actors. Tencent. No, they want to content Tencent and Alibaba. They want to shift forward to make an introduction.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay, Alibaba is going to be difficult.
Yeah, but I mean, anyway, if the coalition is broad enough, it's the better for us.
I think we should start.
Okay.
It's none of us. I mean, it's almost no one.
Okay, but it's
so I was thinking, all people are leaving. Most people at the coalition were leaving today.
Yeah.
So this was one problem. Like Yes is left in the morning because initially they put us on the 19th.
Okay, and it was.
And then Elera had some sort of mistake, and they put us on the 21st.
Je sais pas si on est bien là, mais.
So nice people. So I wonder if we could do what we wanted to do instead of, or do something else. So just for the sake of having a better conversation, if we could all come closer because we're.
Oh, we sit all here now, maybe.
There's a lot to talk about. So perhaps, I don't know, you mean where to? Yeah. Okay, so I think we can try to wait like for 5 minutes and start a bit later, but we shouldn't start too late. Perhaps we can finish this earlier on. It's like, oh no, everyone is leaving today.
Some people have already left.
Hey. So it's very few of us. Hi, Jan. Very nice to see you. I know, almost everyone left. From my fellows are all based somewhere in the area, and so it's a very bad day.
So, yeah, me too. Sorry? You said on Twitter you're done for the year. I might have one more meeting, but I have no more panels.
Oh, so you not exactly. So this does not work for you. Well, that's very good. Does not work for you, so we can
work. That's all.
put all this lower to you. Okay. The mic seems to be on.
Try not to curse.
Let's start this. Before starting making this transcription, many of us, we had a problem because we were scheduled for the 19th. Most of us had a 40 minutes. So this means that this session is going to be
So, yeah. Most of us planned, the session was planned initially to be on the 19th, and then it was rescheduled to the 21st. No one made us aware of this change, so most of us planned for the 19th. So this means that many of the members of this coalition are already somewhere in the air or in a train and cannot make it today. So we probably will need to reschedule a bit and do and won't be able to do everything that we wanted to do and we had as an agenda. So hello everyone, good midday. This is the very small meeting of the Dynamic Coalition on Publicness. We had initially planned this meeting to do two things. One was to discuss a draft survey. We want to have a survey to understand how the different continents and different cultures think about the private space and the public space in the digitalized era. There was a small drafting group that had been working on a survey for that that was presented to all via the mailing list. And within that conversation, we talked about an NGO called Mission Publique. They do these sort of surveys worldwide, and they are planning to do one during 2018 and 2019, planning to present the results on 2019. And the plan from Mission Publique is to do this on a broader scale. So they want to ask many questions to many different countries. They've done this for other conferences and events before. And one of the members of Mission Publique is here. And so that was the one part that we wanted to do today on the one side. And on the other side, we wanted to have to think about a joint statement together with the DC Gender. Since Bishak is not here yet, and this is also something that we might need to consider on a second stage when she's back, and when we get a bit more of flesh into this debate, I would suggest that we concentrate first on the idea of the survey, how we feel about it. Of course, this session is not representative of what the whole group thinks, because we're not all of us are here, can be here, but perhaps we can have a very informal discussion about it, and perhaps Antoine can present a bit what they do, and we can think about different possibilities of getting this done together. Then, and of course, if you have other ideas and other issues that you want to discuss, we could do that as well. Since Jyoti Pandai, who is not here anymore, she's also traveling. Jyoti sent into the mailing list also a hint. The right to be forgotten is about to be drafted as a new law in India, and she requested the Dynamic Coalition to gather to produce a joint statement. And Anya Kovac, who was not able to attend at all at the IGF, volunteered to send a draft into the mailing list. So this is something that we're going to be doing until the end of January, because the deadline initially was on the 31st of December, and the government extended the deadline for feedback until the 31st of January. So we also have that issue on the table. So if you want to discuss about this, I'm just trying to sort of moderate and bring a set or a range of topics that are interesting for us. But this is a very informal gathering due to the situation that we have. So please jump in the debate. Tell me whatever you want. Put in the table whatever you think should be necessary to discuss in the table. If there is no further idea to discuss things, a part of the ones already put exposed, then I would say let's concentrate on the survey, because this is something that we can do very quickly. You've seen the draft. The idea is, as said, basically to put some numbers and to put some quality and to understanding from a very agnostic point of view how people feel about what is public and what is private now in the digitalized era, and contrasted with the feelings they have when talking about analog situations where no digital technology is implied. So this is something very technical that needs to be done by people that are used to these surveys, and this is something where we would need representative amount of populations from a lot of countries to just make a sense, and also we would need people that are used to work on qualitative analysis, sociologists, ethnologists and the like, to have a proper interpretation about that. We are lucky to have in the Dynamic Coalition Gabriela Razzano, who does that for a living. She works at ODAC in Africa, and she's used to do that within the African continent. But we also have here Antoine Verne. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing it well. And they also do this for a living. They've been doing this with the European Spatial Agency, but also for the Climate Change Conference. And perhaps you could explain a bit what you do.
Can we show here the website? So hello everybody. Antoine and Carmen is here, and Carmen is going afterwards to take over because I have to at once. So Carmen will be the one responding. But here, if you look.
You have too many V's.
I think so.
You need to do it further too?
No, I mean, that's not V's. I need, yeah. So the contrary. And yeah, okay. So we'll show you what we did in 2015. And so if you look at this map of the world, so it was on June 6, 2015, we had in each of those countries, 76 around the world, a group of 100 citizens. Should I talk here for the report? Or?
Yes, please.
Okay. And we had in each of those countries a group of 100 citizens which were ordinary citizens, so recruited in order to be the most diverse and the most representative of their country. So it's not statistical representation in the term of a survey, but it's diversity. And they were so recruited that they were not knowledgeable about climate, not activists, and not engaged in environment. And they met for a face-to-face meeting during a day, and they were sitting at tables of 6 person or 8 person, and they took a whole day in order to discuss on the topics of COP21. And the topics were defined together with the stakeholders before, in the year 2014 and 15. So we worked with the UN, we worked with the French German government, with other governments, we worked with the scientific committee of the IPCC in order to understand, and NGOs, of course, civil society, and scientific, so yeah, I said that, in order to understand which were the topics that were relevant and interesting for the stakeholders, for the negotiators, in order to push policy forward. So where were they blocking, and where the voice of the citizens could make the lines move and help and support the discussion. And the very important other key to the process is that the people we have in this room, so it starts at 9 a.m. in the Fiji, and then you go over all the countries you see. So you had 4 groups in China, you had Russia, you had Pakistan, Afghanistan, you had 20 countries in Africa, 13 in Europe, and then in the Americas. And for each of these groups, so it's the same protocol, they experience exactly the same day, and all they receive information before the day. And so how we do that is we produce information material on the topics that are going to be discussed, which is balanced information. So if, for example, here we were to talk about neutrality, we would say, okay, this is net neutrality. This is why people say it's so critical, and this is why people say maybe we don't need it. So we always put the pros and cons and let's say the different discourse and present them to the citizens. And so in order to reach also illiterate people and people that have no access to reading, for example, we work with, in each of the countries, we have a national partner or regional partner, and this organization is in charge of organizing the debate at the regional national level. And we train them for that into the method and also into the contents. And for example, in some countries, in 15, like Mauritania, the information material that was produced, they took it, the organization, and they read it aloud and put it on chips that people could put on their phone so they could hear it. And in a country like, I think it's Vietnam, they read aloud the information material on the radio. So it's how you also get to the people and allow them to get this information before they come to the day. So what we do is not, in the sense, an opinion poll, but it's a more deliberative way of getting the input of the citizens. And then when we have those results, we go to the relevant arenas and places where people will be interested by these results. So typically IGF could be a place. And now to come to internet, we are now preparing a global debate like that for 2018-19 on the future of internet. And we want to have pilots in 2018 and to have the world-scale debate in 2019 in order to present the result at the IGF in 2019. So this is our timeline, and we are welcoming topics, but I think privacy is a very nice topic. We are scoping for topics like 4-6 months now, and a lot since 4 days, so we are here a lot, asking everybody, what are your topics? So what do you want, what would you like to hear about how the citizens feel and think, and which topics, and I think privacy is a good one. So we are, this is our initiative, and thank you, Lorena, for the time. And any questions, of course, you have, we can answer. And we are happy to partner up all over the world with organization, person that want to work with us on that.
Reactions in the room to that? Questions?
Yes. So from what you have gathered here at the IGF, do you have any idea, clear idea of what are the topics you're going to pick out of all these conversations?
So no, because it's too much. We have to sort out. But I have one general feeling from my week now is so that I have the impression that there is an understanding on some core principle on internet, but there is a lot of ways to see how it can be implemented and achieved. And I think this is where, so this is one thing where citizens could give a lot of input, because people here are saying, okay, access, but how? And then we could test, okay, where do citizens see the priority for access? Is it technical? Do they see the technical part as a priority? Do they see the literacy part as a priority? So how citizens feel about that? And this would be great added value, I think, in terms of results. So this is the first feeling. And the second one is that, and this was a discussion that I had now with talking with Windsurf, and he was saying actually maybe the first question is to ask about this. Do we want internet? Because many people would take it for granted. So this is one of his favorite topic. But actually, it is not for granted. So maybe asking the citizens, starting to talk with the citizens on do we want it, and why is it useful for us as citizens? This may be the first question. If we go and talk with people that have no access or that maybe don't, because I was at a session of the NRI session before, and many of the NRIs were saying actually the people that are not connected are also people that don't see the added value of internet, partly. So maybe this would be also a topic. But these are also, only intuitions and impressions from my week here.
We at the Dynamic Coalition on Publicness, what we do is very much about the intersection of public and private. So privacy, it's like topic that has to say some relevance within this coalition, but seen from the public perspective. So what is it in the public space that needs to be protected, that has a value, that is relevant? So in this regard, the work that we do here is more concentrated on understanding what is the relationship to the private part, but we look at privacy also from that other perspective. So the public space, the public value, public good, common good within in the digitalized era plays a big role here. But when comment on substance with regards to what you said about BinSurf, it's interesting because there's a lot of countries that do affordable internet. And they expect then if it's affordable that people are going to go then in the internet because it's affordable, right? And they did this, for instance, in Myanmar. They have this new regulation in Myanmar making internet affordable, and then they realized that even though it was affordable, no one was using it. So they did field research to understand why people were not using it. And what they said was, well, there is no content with our own mother tongue. So yes, it's not that perhaps it's not that they don't see a value, but there's no place for them there. And what research being done by LearnAsia would says about that is that if you give them, if you explain them what are the things they can do there, they do see a value. But after getting an explanation on the one side, after having an opportunity there, so this means for them, if the internet becomes a place where they can do their business, then they want to have it. If the internet becomes a place where they can use it for their own private and everyday life purposes, then it becomes. But it's not about wanting it or not wanting it. It's about, I think, finding out what can they do, what part of the daily lives can they do more easily there than by simply asking that question. Because I think this sort of type of question fogging the fact that it's only a tool to develop your own life or to manage your life or to just to live with it, but it's not a thing by itself, or it's not an objective by itself, having the internet. So just to come back to the point, to the hint that we're doing a lot on publicness, do you think there is a possibility of putting this into your survey that you want to do, and how would it go? What would be the possibilities to have some sort of synergy for doing this?
So I think, of course, and what we are doing now, we are in the process of gathering all the topics that stakeholders are interested in, because our goal is to be of relevance to the community, and that the tool is used to have valuable results that you can use in what you are doing, your strategy, your discussions. So of course, if you share with us the direction it goes with the questioning you have and the questions, we can see how to integrate them. The only limit is we have, as you said before, 40 to 50 questions we can ask in a day. And now we are also working with qualitative and more open sessions, so maybe the number of closed questions is a bit less. But what we are sure of is the question that are asked, you have good answers. So it's, and we would be happy to share the topic and see where they fit. So that's of course.
Hi, my name's Winston Roberts. I'm from New Zealand, which doesn't appear on your map. It's a very strangely Eurocentric view of the world.
So it's, yeah, the New Zealand partners weren't able to join, and so we weren't, so they are not green, but they were interested. We had good contacts, but we found no partner that at the end was able to carry it on.
And there's no, you've got Australia half covered up by some design feature as well. Okay, but it's a very, as I said, skewed view of the world. You need to focus more on the Pacific. The Pacific is where one of the areas, it's half the planet in fact, but it's an area which has huge climate problems, and it would be useful if your project could reflect that. And you also need to reflect Antarctica somehow on your map, because, you know, although there are not populations in Antarctica that would respond to your survey, it's an area where many of the metropolitan countries in the world, including your own, have bases and where they do research on climate change and the impacts of climate change and the melting of ice caps and things like that. So it would be good if your map of the world could somehow reflect the strategic challenges more accurately.
Of course, I mean it's a goal, and then here for Australia we also struggled a lot to have a finance partner, but they weren't able to board in. For Antarctica, actually, we started to try with the French diplomatic services to understand how it could be done in Antarctica, but that was way too complicated. And what we almost achieved was to do it in the European space, in the International Space Station, because here also you have 6 humans that are living. And we worked with the European Space Agency in trying to have some kind of replication of the debate in space, but that didn't work either, because you have to plan 2 years ahead in order to send a piece of paper up there. So this was no, but clearly we try. We want it's a goal, but then when we come to the operative part, sometimes you have partners dropping off, stepping in. So yes, for the Pacific, we know that it was underrepresented in terms of groups.
Okay, so with that regard, if there are no more comments, I will say we just put it into the mailing list again. We hope then for more, we request for additional input from the members. And how would, in case that the mailing list says, yes, we're interested in it, when does the process start, and when would you be requesting some sort of feedback from our sides?
So if we do a kind of retro planning, we want to have the results for IGF 19. That means we would have the whole scale debate in June or September 19. And that means we would like to make the pilots 1 year before, something like June 18 or October 18, in order to have already some answers for IGF 18. And so the questions, we will start drafting them, and the first version of the question that we are going to test, we would draft them between March and May, something like that. Or March, June, yeah, around that.
March to June.
Yeah. And then, of course, in beginning of 19, we would have a second round of understanding which were the questions that really make sense, where we have to adapt, add some, and change some. And this is for us the first, because, for example, for the climate one, we had no time for testing and piloting. So here we want to better a bit the quality of the question we can ask by making a pilot first.
Okay, so this means after the pilot, that will be that if the pilot is in September, the second one would be somewhere in October, November.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you very much. I will forward this information into the list so that the people interested in the survey can come back to that. Is there any other additional, I mean, if you decide that you want to do these issues, then you would contact us and tell us that you're interested. Okay.
Yeah, of course. And we would ask anyway, do you want to take part?
Okay.
And give some input where we are, the kind of blocks and topics we would have in mind, and so yeah, it has to be an open process and bottom up. So yes.
Well, thank you very much for this and also for the offer. And thank you for coming by and telling us about the project.
Yeah.
And this is really exciting, and surely it's a chance, or it could be a chance for many of us at the DC Pop to understand a bit better and to perhaps find synergies with what you are doing. Okay, so on this topic, if there is no more request, then I would say let's go into the next topic. Perhaps let us grab the most pressing issue, which is the right to be forgotten in India. Do we want to address this? Or should we go to the next, to the other topic, which is also on the table to discuss the joint statement of the DC publicness and the DC on gender? Yes, please.
I can't comment on what's happening in India, because it's a pity that we can't ask Jyoti directly, because she's already on a plane home, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the right to be forgotten is an important topic, and I'm concerned that at what you reported, if it's fully accurate, that the right to be forgotten is about to be passed into law in India. Is that what you said?
Yes. There is a period of public comments until the 31st of January.
Yeah.
And there are different organizations that are submitting feedback and inputs. At the DC Pop, we have people from Access Now, from the from Article 19, and from other organizations also within Europe that are willing to do together a joint statement, a draft statement, and submit it to the court and to the Indian government, and sorry, only to the Indian government, and Anya Kovac, who is also herself a very well-known expert and a lawyer, a legal scholar that has been also working on this issue, offered to create a draft. So the draft is going to reach us within the next 2 weeks, so that we can chime in it and put our inputs in it. But perhaps there are already some points or positions that we want to already address now, and I would just write them down and send them to Anya already, so that she can get started a bit also on those things. So,
could I add?
Please.
When you finished speaking, can I just make a couple of points? Sorry.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. I would be interested to hear from Anya Kovac as well, but we'll see those in the comments that she sends to the DC. And I'm not on this DC list, but maybe I'll give you my card later and you can put me on this list. But I would like simply to put on record from representing here the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, IFLA. I would like simply to put on record that the right to be forgotten is a very complicated area, as the lawyers know, and there are as many arguments for privacy for human rights reasons as there are arguments against removing public access to individual information from the point of view of there are strong arguments for the right to be forgotten from the point of view of human rights. There are also strong arguments against it in the sense of maintaining the integrity of the record of cultures and record of government, because no information that has gone into an archive, a state archive, can ever really be strictly said to be forgotten, And even though the records were maintained in analog form, they are now able to be digitized, and people may request digital copies of archives concerning them. It's also true that the whole business of promoting community digital access to information and promoting the information society implies that more and more people should be given more and more opportunities to get digital access to information that's relevant to them about the culture of their society and country, about the records of government that may affect them. And this digital access could go back 100 years to old documents or longer. So, I mean, I'm generalizing hugely here, but the question of not removing from cultural records the names and the actual records of what were reported, the actions of people that were reported, is a very complicated question. And I believe that I totally understand the concerns of people with a focus on human rights and privacy, that people should not be harassed and abused because information about them is brought out by search algorithms and put in the public space now. That's understandable, but coming back to what I said before, the historical record must stand. It's a principle.
Perhaps to give a sort of brief background about this dynamic collection. It was created due to the concerns on the right to be forgotten by the Costeja González case that went to the ECJ, so to the European Court of Justice. So that was the reason why this dynamic coalition was created, because we felt that there are other continents that also had some concerns about the impact of this decision, which is not only a decision, but it's also a law and the General Data Protection Regulation that is going to be implemented on May 2018. And of course, the court's decision was based on the directive, on the Data Protection Directive, that it's still currently rolling all the European Union member countries. So yes, this coalition is definitely aware that there are concerns out there. And one of the concerns that were placed last year was the spillover effect that it might have in other countries. One of them right now being Russia, having other cases also in Latin America, that based on this type of argumentation to demand for deleting or delisting of information, and these also having different versions of it. So the right to cancellation might be seen in some Latin American countries might be seen as a derivation of the right to be forgotten, because it's pretty much based on the same narrative. So yes, there is a general concern, and yes, this is the nature and the reason why we're thinking about sending a joint statement to our Anya Kovacs is working on a draft for India. And the reason why we're here now, even though not all the coalition is here, would be to just say, okay, are there any points that we want to flag to Anya for her draft before she sends it to us, so that she can already consider them before going ahead with the statement. If there are any points that we would like to do, for instance, on the nature of how it should be used, or on exceptions, if there are any ideas of any type of exceptions that we want to add to that, procedural comments, questions that should be included in the joint statement, things like that, we could do this now, and I would submit it to Anya. If there are not, then I will say let's move to the next topic.
Yes, it's. I find it difficult to think about points that might be left out. Anya's work in general is fantastic. She's an amazing thinker about deep issues like the ones that are usually discussed at the IGF. If anything, regarding some of the points that have been made on this topic, I think the one on jurisdiction is probably the key one to understand the issue, especially considering India's current state of affairs. Unfortunately, because of Jyoti's absence and Anya's absence, we cannot go into much detail on that. But at least the jurisdictional side and the global impacts of these orders is something that should be taken into special consideration, because that's what's happening and that's what's being contested right now in Canada, at the EU level, because of the case in France and so on.
Yeah. Kelly, you want to say something? Yeah, that's right. There's, I don't know if you are all aware, there's the new decision of the highest court in Spain about jurisdiction, because there was a Paraguayan citizen that requested the Spanish data protection supervisor to delete or to demand a website in Paraguay to delete specific information based on the right to be forgotten. And the Audiencia Nacional, which is the highest court, decided that this does not apply because, not because they don't have jurisdiction, but because the person is not a Spanish or citizen or a European Union member. But it leaves out whether they would claim jurisdiction if it would be about a Spanish citizen and demanding deletion on a Paraguayan website. So that's unclear. And what is also unclear is whether they would demand, they would claim to have jurisdiction on the case if it would be a Paraguayan citizen demanding deletion somewhere in the European Union. So the question is still open. It's very unclear, and the French Data Protection Supervisor institution that has posed this question to the ECJ, it's being treated, so it's unclear what is going to happen. And indeed, I think that you're very much right. We should try to make these questions or make aware of these questions. Any other topic that we would like to flag? Well, there was also Vishaka from the Dynamic Coalition on Gender, and Vishaka is also from India. And one of the reasons why she decided that she wanted to have a joint statement with this coalition as a sort of gender/publicness issue is because on the Gender Dynamic Coalition, they've been discussing whether this is a point where the regulator is trying to instrumentalize the case of gender to get a hold, to so to say, to perform some sort of deletion on the CVs and the publications around politicians. So to say, to instrumentalize the right to be forgotten, to hide whether some politicians have been doing sexistic remarks or the like. So the reason why Vishaka said we could do a joint statement was that. And there are 3 points that she was suggesting to make. First one, I already explained, that women should not be, the gender issue should not be instrumentalized to make a case for the right to be forgotten as a form of censorship. The second point being that there are some myths around the idea of what the right to be forgotten is, since there is already existing regulation with regards to revenge porn or any other type of situation that has a criminal dimension to that, and there are already existing laws that could apply instead of applying the right to be forgotten. Some laws consider revenge porn part of, have specified regulation against revenge porn in the criminal law. Some others have provisions for this type of crimes within the realm of personal rights. So some others do apply data protection. So all around the different world cultures, there are different provisions for that. So that was the second point, to first state whether what type of law is out there that could apply very directly instead of in the intermediary to get a full deletion. The third point was about what sort of exceptions one could do, if there have to be any, with regards to the right to be forgotten. And that is the more sensitive part, which are, because it's really like finding the boundaries, whether is there really a case for a right to be forgotten, because all other regulation that applies does not have teeth. And she put the example of an Italian woman. She killed herself last year. And it was about revenge porn videos, and they couldn't be deleted. So all the existing law, all the 16 law to get all those videos down didn't apply, partially because of jurisdictional cases, partially because of web crawlers, so that it was pretty much very difficult to delete it. So she wanted to have a right to be forgotten. I don't know exactly if she applied for that, but that was one of the reasons why Bishaka thinks, well, perhaps we could all get together and think about possible ways to think of exceptions, but they should be exactly that, exceptions. So those 3 points. First, not instrumentalizing women. Second, there are other legal instances that can be applied before trying to think about this. And third, if there are any exceptions, what would they be? And from the perspective from the coalition on from the dynamic coalition on gender, that would only be if there is no other practical way to get things deleted. Any comments on this? Any, please, reactions to that?
Yes, I was very surprised when I read about the possible involvement of the Dynamic Coalition on Gender and Internet Governance. Basically because I have seen some approaches to the deletion of content and the delistings of content from search engine results based on ideas related to gender and the exercise of the right to identity. Very specifically, on the possibilities of having the tools, and I think this is a key point on the second issue you flagged of the work with the GIG Dynamic Coalition. It's about the legal tools, the remedies that a person has to remove certain kinds of content online. Those remedies are necessary in many cases in a very quick way. And one of the reasons why around the world, I mean, especially in Europe, delisting requests are made, it's because it's a remedy. It's a fast remedy to delete or delist or take away from easy view certain kinds of content that is not necessarily related to the result, for instance, of a criminal prosecution. It's not necessarily the result of something that has been proven as illicit content, for instance, in the case of non-consensual pornography. So in this regard, I think that I find it very relevant that the GIG is involved in this topic, but I think at the same time that we need to very carefully see what the legal tools might and could be with regards to the deletion of content, well beyond the idea of criminal content, but in the case of illicit content or non-consented content that might be found online. And I think that's the common ground also with some of the perspectives on gender with relation to some content that is disseminated and that at the same time represents a form of gender violence as it happens throughout the world.
Okay, no further reactions. So well, we're almost close to end this meeting, actually, because we only have 1 hour, and it's 1:20. So if there are no further comments, noted, I will flag this into the mailing list and request Bishaka to react to that. Perhaps we could discuss on a deadline on how to, when to present this, and how to launch this. I guess this part that you're flagging, Juan Carlos, is the part that is going to take the longest time to agree on. Perhaps we could try to organize one video call, because I don't think this is something that can be organized through the mailing list. This is going to lead to lots of misunderstandings. So perhaps we could try to schedule a video call at the very beginnings of the year, I guess, or yeah. I mean, considering this is also my lead or my join also the other statement on the right to be forgotten, because this joint statement on of the DC Pub and the DC Gender also have this has this, so to say, occasion of the Indian government wanting to apply this law into their regulation. It might make sense to do it very early in the year so that we can come up with something pretty fast, right? Okay, so let's try to, yes, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It seems to me that, you know, I'm not a lawyer, but the problem here is you're struggling a little bit to find a way forward by talking maybe too much about the right to be forgotten, whereas I think that's not necessarily the issue. The issue is more how to defend people against harassment, against malicious revealing of information, which may be correct information, but where the intent to reveal the information is illegal because it is harassment and because it is defamation or something like that. So what you really need to be discussing in this DC is strengthening the right to privacy. Sorry, I'm not a lawyer, as I say, so you can attack me on that expression.
It has been noted, and it will definitely will be flagged to Bishaka, to the DC Gender. And you're very welcome to join our mailing list so that you can also follow up with a response from Vishaka. And you're also very welcome to join also the video call, the conference call, so that we can all come to terms within the month of January. Any other issues that you'd like to flag before we close the session? We're coming to an end.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right about the protection of privacy. I'm personally a privacy lawyer that have become involved in this, but from the perspective of the survey that was discussed at the very beginning of this session has to do precisely with that, like to be able to identify those instances where we value privacy, but to also try to sort out and decide and see what people actually think about how private certain of their actions are. And it's in that space where we delineate, where we try to sort out the gray areas, is where the work of the coalition tries to also highlight the problem of certain content that is not necessarily private, like the ones that's not illegal content or private contents or secret information or irrelevant information, and to highlight the need for the public information not to be lost when it is available. Other groups during this IGF have also discussed the issue of to be able to find relevant content and the creation of relevant content, because as we see is the internet as a tool for the dissemination of information, of relevant public information, is a value that we need to keep.
Well, thank you very much for those remarks. So to sum up, we will do 3 things into the mailing list. First thing, we would send, we will give our feedback and the summary and summarize what was presented by Mission Publique and ask the people interested in the survey whether they want to be involved in that project and present the timeline that Mission Publique has. Second thing, we will flag a few the points made in the room for Anya on the right to be forgotten in India. And third thing, we will also drive the conversation that we started now with the Gender DC and flag also the points made by Juan Carlos to Bishaka, and hopefully schedule a meeting to make sure that we get and we come to terms to a common statement, if possible within the month of January, so that it can also equally be submitted to the government as part of the joint statement on the right to be forgotten to India, or for India. With this all having in mind, and no more hands being raised and comments in the room, thank you very much for all of you for staying the last minutes of this IGF with us. I wish all of you safe travels, and talk soon in the mailing list. And all others that do not belong to the mailing list, please, if you want to hear more about this, join the mailing list. You're all very welcome to. And Merry holidays.
Where's KS? He's gone? Where? Oh yeah, he's in Irvine, yeah. Yes, my name is Juan Carlos Lara. And I'm from Derechos Digitales.
This is my card. Use that for put me on the mailing list.
No, I'm not on the mailing list.
Oh, I see.
I'm just reporting the session.
All right.
To get your name on.
That's my name, Winston Roberts. Looking for IFLA, not what it says on this card, but IFLA is the International Federation of Library Associations.